March 2nd, 2023 at 6:07 p.m. I'll rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to take roll call.
Laura Blakely,
Chris Jane.
Bill Lambert.
Devin Conley,
Laura Ramirez Berman.
Good. Thank you. All trustees are present. I'd like to move on to item 1C, approval of the agenda.
Second.
Any further comments? All in favor, say aye. Aye.
aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Excuse me,
All trustees approved.
I think I didn't have my microphone on, and so for anybody listening, we were just moving item 2, special recognition about Assembly Bill number 2449 to just before the consent agenda, and that was how it was approved. I'm not sure that that got picked up on the recording.
Okay, we're moving on to item, I guess it's also item 2 on the agenda, opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. Are any members of the public wishing to speak on the closed session agenda item? Okay, we have one speaker remotely. You connect person.
This is Stephen
Thank you.
Nelson, trustee Lampert. I did have my raise for the item 1C, which you must have missed recognizing because it said my hand was raised. I am disappointed that though there has been one trustee that's talked about there's a statewide problem with segregated local neighborhood schools, that trustee is not being fit to try to put the issue of Castro segregation, neighborhood school segregation, on the agendas, and I don't see it on this agenda. There is one trustee, however, who has several times brought up to this board that there is a problem with neighborhood segregation, and particularly with the neighborhood segregation of Castro School having a extremely high socioeconomic disadvantage percentage. So I hope in the future your agenda will work with discussing that issue of neighborhood segregation, both from the person who made a YouTube video for statewide consumption and the trustee who's brought it up as a local issue for this particular school district. There's nothing I want to say on the closed agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to the closed session. We'll close this meeting or move to the closed session at 6:11. reconvening the open session at 6:48 PM. On the closed session report, no action was taken. I'd like to return to item 2, special recognition, Assembly Bill number 2449. And we would like the board to vote on remote access under AB 2449 for 2 of the trustees, Devin Conley and Laura Berman. Have a motion to approve.
Was Dr. Rudolph going to make a presentation, or we're just moving to approve?
No, you're good if you just move to approve.
So you just moved,
I
I'll
just moved
second.
to approve.
I will second.
So all in favor, say aye.
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 Do we need to?
Oh, comments.
I can explain it, or you can.
We forgot to do comments from the public.
Oh, sorry.
So, yeah, is there any, excuse me, is there any member of the public who would like to speak on this? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on. Consent agenda.
They don't. You have to approve the ability to come in telecommute. The staff would like to pull item H from the consent agenda.
Okay, any comments, further comments from the trustees? on The consent agenda? Any member of the public would like to speak on any consent agenda item? Okay. See no one in the audience, we'll take the person remote.
The number ending in 8176. When not share the screen, you'll be able to unmute yourself and you have 3 minutes to talk.
If I think I'm unmuted now, this is Stephen Nelson. I wanted to have public comment on the transportation plan, which is item D under this section. I wonder if it is if there's a grammatical error on section 1 of this transportation plan. It starts with a problem with the about the 4th or 5th line down where it says, student no charge shall be made for any transportation. It seems like there's some grammatical errors in there and how this regulation was written up. And I wonder actually if it's the board's direction not to go ahead with having the staff provide transportation to indigent students in choice programs. This section 1 seems to be, first of all, not grammatically clear. And second of all, it's not at all clear that the board direction is that the staff will make provision for providing transportation to choice programs for indigent family students. So I would like to have the trustees defer this or to the next meeting. It will still be within before April. And I also would like the board to make clear to the staff that they want this to happen. That is, the transportation to choice school programs for indigent students shall be provided, not may, but shall. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else, any other member of the public wishing to speak on this item?
Just for clarification, the purpose of the transportation plan is so that the district can receive the state's funding for the plan. It has nothing to do with what we plan on doing, but it's to receive the allocated amount that the state is given.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move that we approve the consent agenda with the deletion of item H.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by trustee Blakely and a second by trustee Chang to approve the consent agenda with item H removed. All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you. The motion was approved unanimously. We move on to item 6, communications, employee organizations. Any person like from an employee organization wish to speak? Okay, seeing none, I'll move on to item 6B, district committees. Any member have a district committee who would like to speak? Please do so. Seeing no one wishing to speak, I'll move on to superintendent comments.
Just want to give a couple of quick updates. First, want to say that we have completed our security audits across all of our sites. So I want to thank the parents, staff, as well as Joffrey for conducting the actual audits. We'll be sending the preliminary report to trustees as well as the district advisory committee and the safety committee, and we'll make it public. We have an upcoming presentation moving forward. So, and also want to thank parents and students and staff members who took time to engage in a thought exchange. It's a lot of informative information for us, and so we'll be talking about those findings from there. And just want to remind everybody that we have a community check-in tomorrow. So looking forward to answering whatever questions sort of come up and sort of addressing those. And then also want to plug that we have for all of our middle school parents, we do have a sort of a parent university on what to expect in middle school coming up. And so would love for parents to sort of attend that also if they can. And then just want to, one more plug for Parent University. We do have a Spanish speaker series that is going, that our team has put on. We have about 30 parents that join every month, and it's an ongoing one. So we're excited about that. And just want to encourage people, if they know someone who's interested or, you know, who can benefit from the Parent University, to go ahead and pass those words out to. So thanks to the team for doing all that.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. I'd like to move on to item 7, community comments. This is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and administration welcome this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. Speakers are requested to complete a speaker card and state their name for the record. Is there any member of the public wishing to speak on non-agendized items? Okay, seeing none in the audience, we'll take the remote participants.
Lane, when you're ready to speak.
Okay, can you guys hear me? Okay. So for the record, my name is Ling, and I just want to make a comment on the class size for 4th grade at Imai. I had signed a letter of concern from a bunch of parents earlier this year, and I watched the board have a meeting and a discussion around this topic and would like to request a follow-up meeting. Currently, we have almost, I want to say 33 students per class. This is the highest I know of in the district, where the average, I believe, is around 20 to 25. Our family's been rolling with the situation, but we really need your help to improve the learning environment. Now, I understand that the district has a lot of things to balance, but please also note that this is the class who also had their 1st grade interrupted by pandemic classroom closures for more than a year. Some of the situations that we particularly encountered are that just the classroom size itself at this point right now, we literally have students where their backs are touching each other. We have classrooms where there are English learners and students with special learning needs, where this large class size just, is not the best fit, right? For a teacher to give all the students the necessary attention. We've had situations where our students had to evacuate the room due to situations happening, and the learning was disrupted. And most recently, we've had even violent altercations. So, at this point, we just would really like additional help and resources from the district. And I would be happy to meet and discuss potentially what kind of solution spaces are possible.
Thank you. I think we have another speaker.
Yeah, Ms. Salzman, if you can help me out, just because it's in this mode, I can't see the hands, that would be great.
Sure. We have a speaker named Kamal. You're ready. We're ready for your comment.
Please go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I wasn't sure if I can start the video. That's fine. All right, thank you so much for hearing us. My comment is actually, I'm another parent from the same school. And I wanted to also voice my concern that the quality of our daughter's education has been just significantly less than what we had hoped for. We moved into the EMI district. At the time it was Huff, with an expectation of it being one of the best schools in the area, and we've been underwhelmed. A lot of it had to do with the pandemic. Her being in 4th grade, her classes, was either distance, or last year she had a first-time teacher, or a first-time 3rd grade teacher, and we feel like had she been at any other school, if she was in any of the other schools in the district in a 4th grade class where there was more individual attention, she would be prospering more than she's currently, with 34, 30, or roughly, 34, I think now, kids in her class. There's just not enough bandwidth that we can expect the teacher to have to be able to really engage with the students, really make sure that they're participating, really see where they're at individually in their own, education journey. That it just seems to be really unfair to the teacher. It seems to be really unfair to the students. There's no real opportunities for any extracurricular activities. I mean, I just thinking from the perspective of the teacher, when you have a full workload and then you have that increased by 50%, that's how do you do your job well? How can you be expected to do your job well? And she's suffering for it, I'm sure, and I know our students are suffering for it. Yeah, that's the gist of it.
Okay, thank you, Kamal. I'm gonna do this.
Okay, we have one more community speaker, Nisha.
Hi, how are you? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I'm also addressing my concern for at AMI in the 4th grade classroom. It's on the similar topic of, class size, just from an equity perspective, in terms of when you talk to some other parents in other schools where, I believe Montaloma, for instance, has 19 or 20, and other schools, that have like 23, or it just, from an equity standpoint, kind of doesn't seem fair. So we definitely feel that it's something that should be addressed in 5th grade. And for some of us, talking in the community, and we love AMI, it's a really nice community, it's a really nice school, but for us, if the same thing is going to happen next year, I feel like a lot of people will drop out of the school. And I think if you look at the Mountain View Public School in general, I think enrollment has been very low. And I think if you want to kind of stand by maintaining the enrollment, it also has to seem that it's equity along the board. Otherwise, you're going to have some people say, okay, well, these schools have 19, have 24, we have 34. We need to, use a lot of the money that we're paying for rent, then move that to a private school. So that you get the number that, you're getting those similar numbers that you could get if you actually move to another public school in Mountain View. So that's one of my concerns. And I think my other concern with 34 is that, it's from a germ perspective, because I do have a son actually who has adrenal insufficiency. It's very hard with, and he's being homeschooled because of that. But then I will also getting scared, with my daughter bringing home germs from school. And it's interesting because Mountain View was one of, I feel like, really strict during COVID. They had the screens up, everyone wearing masks. And I think it's really interesting to go from that to, obviously everyone's moved to none of those precautions. And if you want to wear a mask, that's cool. But when you go to these really high class sizes, I also feel from a safety perspective for my son, it'd probably be better again, to move to a class that's smaller. So, I just kind of think when you look at it, I think a lot of us would be more open to staying if we knew, okay, for 5th grade, there'd be more options and and we're open to other options like, fourth and fifth combo or just anything. We're open to a lot of options. But I think for me personally, again, if I knew it's going to be another classroom with that many kids, I would have to leave. And I find that sad because I do love the school. I like the community that we formed. But at the same time, you have to do what's best for your family, right? So that's just my pieces. Thanks for listening.
Okay. Thank you, Nisha. Any further additional speakers? Don't see any. So I'll close community comments. And we'll move on to item 8, review and action. First item A, resolution 02-030223, reduction of classified services.
Good evening. Thank you very much. As we were required to do each year prior to March 15th, I bring you a resolution for the reduction of classified services. This year we have 10 1/4 positions impacted by the reduction. Sometimes it's a reduction of additional hours or possibly an assignment that we may not be able to continue next year. Any employee who is impacted by this reduction has been notified and will receive information about their reemployment rights. And so tonight, I ask you to please approve the resolution for the reduction of classified services as presented.
Thank you. Do the trustees have any questions for Ms. Bickford? Okay, seeing none. Any member of the public wish to speak on this item? Oh, I said Trustee Conley.
Thank you. Trustee Lambert, did we pass over the consent agenda?
Yes. No, we just we had the consent agenda.
Okay. I guess I missed it then. Thank you.
Okay. Any trustee comments on this item? Any member of the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'll ask for a motion to approve.
Move the board just more that we approve resolution 02-03-0223, reduction of classified services as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the resolution by Trustee Chang and a second by Laura Berman. Blakely, excuse me. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed? Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
I see that we have a hand raised.
Oh, a little late. I'll take the comment. Perhaps I didn't see it. We have a comment from the public. Member.
Chairman Lambert, I wish you would do a much better job of watching for people who are remotely on this meeting and raise their hand using the procedure that you've outlined, and it's outlined, because it gets very frustrating when community comments are ignored. So I guess I'm going to have to show up at your board meeting room henceforth. I really hope that the instructional assistants, 5 FTEs, do not involve any of the instructional assistants at the school which has the most academic problems in terms of meeting standard, and that's Castro. You heard from 3 of my students who is a neighborhood school that has the highest academic performance. And you see they get distressed when the number of students in the higher grades increases, which is generally district policy. But what about the parents? If any of these instructional assistants at Castro are getting laid off, those are the students that most need academic assistance, and those are the teachers that most need assistance in the classroom for general education. If any of these positions have to do with Castro positions, you're doing a big disservice to those poor and meek parents who can't speak for themselves in English and are afraid they might be deported if they do complain to their government about anything. So, Dr. Lampert, I particularly wish that you would pay more attention to issues having to do with the poor and the disadvantaged in this district. And when something like this comes up, I really wish you would pay more attention to this star 9 business of listening to outside community comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to move on to item 8B, school plan for student achievement.
Good evening, trustees. It is a pleasure to be here this evening to present the school plan for student achievement for Stevenson Elementary. The Stevenson plan was not included in the November approval timeline due to an emergency situation with the site leadership, as you understand. Continuing the work that Principal Santiago had started in the fall, the current interim principal, Ms. Lambert, has worked and collaborated with her staff, with her school community, with the school site council, and with the English Learner Advisory Committee members as well in the development of this plan. Ms. Lambert is here with me this evening to answer any questions you may have, and I'm asking that the Board of Trustees approve the Stevenson's school plan for student achievement as presented. Thank you.
Okay, do I have any questions for Ms. Dagger? Okay. I see no questions from the trustees. Do I have any public comments? Seeing none in the room here, I'll take any comments from remote listeners. You see none, I'll bring it back to the board for discussion.
I don't have any discussion, but I would like to thank the Stevenson community, Ms. Lambert, the site council, the staff for doing this kind of off cycle. I'm sure that was a little bit challenging. And it looks like you put together a very nice plan. So thank you.
Okay, don't see anyone else, any of the trustees who wishing to speak. So I'll ask for a motion.
I move that we approve the school plan for student achievement for Stevenson Elementary School.
Second.
Okay. I have a motion from Trustee Chang to approve the school plan for student achievement, and a second from Trustee Blakely. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Move on to item 9, review and discussion. First item here is the 2021-22 preschool program self-evaluation.
Good evening, everyone. I will just share my screen here. Oh, having a little technical issue with sharing the screen.
Okay, take your time.
Try it now.
Unfortunately, my laptop is not letting me share.
Dr. Rudolph, I can share it if necessary.
Okay, I was going to pull it up too. So either or.
That would be great. Thank you.
I have it right here. So I'll share, and then Ms. Kemper, you can just tell me when to switch slides.
Thank you, Kathy.
Okay. There we go. Okay, and slideshow. Can you see that?
Yes, thank you very
Okay.
much.
All right.
All right. So, as always, we strive to align everything we do with our strategic plan and priority student outcomes. Next slide. First, I'll give an overview of the self-evaluation process. The California Department of Education requires an annual self-evaluation from all state-funded preschool programs. And it includes a review and analysis of data from several different tools, which cover everything from program administration to student assessment, parent input, environments. And in addition to the self-evaluation, during the 2021-22 school year, we underwent a state compliance review. Next slide.
Oh, it's not letting me here. There you go.
To assess compliance with program and administration, we use the program review instrument. We check our program systems and documentation for family engagement, eligibility and enrollment, practices, student assessment, attendance, licensing, staffing, nutrition, health, and resource and referral services. Next slide. For parent input, we use the California Department of Education's desired results. Oh, sorry, wrong one. I think, can you go back once? Oh, thank you. For the parent input, we use the California Department of Education's desired results parent survey to determine parent satisfaction with our program. Next slide. And then to assess the quality of our classroom and outdoor environments, we use the Early Childhood Environment Rating Scale, which is administered by our early education coach in every classroom in our program. Next slide. For student assessment, we use the state mandated desired results developmental profile, also known as the DRDP. The DRDP has 29 measures of development in areas of social emotional functioning, cognition, including math, language and literacy, and motor skills. Next slide. The process of self-evaluation includes consolidation of the data we've collected into several reports called summaries of findings, which detail our program goals and plans to maintain or improve in any given area. And here I'd like to highlight some of the strengths and our action plan from the self-evaluation. The strengths for our 2021-22 self-evaluation were that we met all the standards, and this was reaffirmed by our state compliance review, in which there were no findings. We also had high rates of parent satisfaction with our program through the parent surveys, and we had high scores on our environmental assessments. We also exceeded our DRDP student learning goals. This is more detailed information on our DRDP. We targeted the developmental areas with the lowest student scores in the fall. The fall column shows the percentage of students at the highest levels of development of learning in the areas on the left. And then the middle column of percentages shows our growth goals. And then the far right column shows where we landed in the fall. These scores represent both the 3- and 4-year-olds in our program. Our action plan for the previous self-evaluation included one corrective action, and that was to reinstate our preschool parent advisory committee meetings, which we did do. But for our 2021-22 self-evaluation, there were no new areas of deficiency identified. And though there were no areas out of compliance, we did set long-term goals, and that included exploration of the feasibility of longer program hours, working to share more information about the nutrition of our meals that we provide with our parents, celebrating culture with more intentionality, and advocating for parent concerns regarding traffic and safety. Next slide. We also reinstated pre-COVID practices in greeting students in the classroom instead of having parents drop off at the classroom door. We also requested staff get TB tested every 2 years instead of 4. And these things would help to raise our subscale in the lowest area on our environmental rating report. Our next steps include the following: completion of our next self-evaluation, which is due this upcoming June, undergoing a quality rating and improvement assessments at both Graham and Therakoff this school year, and that's done by outside assessors through First 5 and West Ed. And also to continue to explore the financial feasibility of providing more full-day classes in our program. And that's all. Any questions?
Trustee Chang?
Thank you for that presentation. 3 questions. On your presentation, when you say full day, could you specify those hours? That's different from the parent request for after school, right?
We currently have 8 to 3. We have had some requests for additional hours, like let's say 3 to 5. So we will continue looking into the feasibility of providing that, taking into concern staffing and the cost to parents and the cost to the school district.
Thank you. And for the 3 to 5 possibility, are there any sites where they're offering some type of service for the 3 to 5 p.m.?
No, we currently do not have a 3 to 5 session.
Thank you.
Trustee Berman, like to speak?
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, good. Thank you for that presentation. I love to hear what our preschoolers are learning about, and it's amazing how diverse. I saw in the trustee questions, the diversity of the students, the student composition of the program, so many languages. And looking at their results, I was thinking about how, they must spend a lot of their time just fully immersed in the language and really taking that in. And I know that this is a self-evaluation, but I was just curious, with so much language diversity and so many language learners, I wonder if is there a way that the preschool captures sort of their growth in language from the beginning to the end, just out of curiosity.
The main way in which we do capture that information is through our DRDP, our state assessment. And so it does ask for specific measures in student growth in English language development and just language development in their home language. And so we do our best to hire diverse staff who can support the students in their home languages in the classroom, as well as help us to develop the students' English language practices. And we really do work hard on developing vocabulary for students and helping them, giving them lots of opportunities to hear language and to practice speaking so that they can develop their language organically and in a fun and engaging way.
Thank you. And is it all, I know there's 3 and 4 year olds in the program, or 3 and 4 year olds are equally assessed on those standards?
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
And then what we do is we set goals, not just for the each classroom or for the program as a whole, but individual learning goals for the students, since they're all come to us at different levels of development.
Trustee Lambert.
Yeah, Trustee Blakely.
Thank you. This may be a question for Dr. Rudolph. I'm not sure. Just Trustee Berman's question prompted. When a student comes to us and is in our preschool, but their home language is something other than English, would they always start kindergarten, assuming they matriculate into our schools, as language learners, or would some of them be deemed reclassified before if they're fully fluent?
Yep. So the state law requires that after the start of the school year, we have to do an assessment. And it's that assessment that determines whether or not they are considered an initially reclassified in the student, or I think we call them IFEPs, or whether or not they will enter the EL program and then eventually become an RFEP, which is a reclassified student. So you see two different acronyms used when we talk about the students. The initial are the ones who may speak a different language but have demonstrated proficiency beforehand.
Yeah, thanks. I just was curious how that worked. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Kemper, also.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Any additional questions from the trustees? Okay, I'll take community comments now. Any member of the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none in the room, is there anyone remote? I see one trustee wishing to speak. Want to do that now, Trustee Conley? Or wait till the discussion?
Public comment. We're done with public
We're doing
comment.
Public comment, right?
No, I know. I was raising my hand in anticipation of when you finished.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Lambert, I don't see any other
I see
public comment.
no member of the public wishing to speak. Okay, we'll go to a discussion. Trustee Conley.
Thank you, Trustee Lambert, and thank you, Director Kemper, for your presentation. I just wanted to, give a shout out and some praise to our preschool program. As a former kindergarten teacher, when I volunteered in my son's kindergarten class at Mistral, the children who came through the preschool program at Latham were so well prepared for kindergarten. It was really impressive. So I think we have a gem of a program, and I truly appreciate all of the work that you and the staff there do with the students.
Thank you.
Trustee Chang.
Thank you. On the presentation, when they said some parents were interested in that 3 to 5 option, as an individual trustee, I think I would be really excited to see if with our funds or some financial model to make that sustainable, because from a workforce perspective and an equity perspective, a lot of families seek that full day. Not a lot of jobs get out at 3 o'clock. So to be able to offer preschool from the 8 to for a full work day, I think would actually reach a lot of families who maybe really need it most. So if there's any way we can make that possible, I think that'd be really a fantastic thing. And I just it's really exciting that we are our leading school district in preschool, and our preschool programs are among the highest rated in the state. And so I'm really, again, kudos to your staff. You can relay our appreciation to your team. So we've always been a forefront of this preschool thing. I notice we have many city representatives in the audience here, and there's 2 programs that have often been said to like really help young kids like on a track towards college, providing preschool, which we're doing. And the second thing, which some schools in California are beginning to do, is to do early funding of college funds. So in Oakland, working with the city and the community, their children there, actually right from the moment they're born, disadvantaged families get a $500 college fund and fund it into a 529, so that it begins to change their family trajectory and view of college. And LA Unified just kind of copied that, and they're doing their LA Opportunity, which is their early childhood college fund. So we're doing great on preschool, perhaps with help of people in the city and the community. Maybe we can provide even college funds for these preschoolers so they can start putting their eyes on that. Thank you.
Any other discussion, trustees? Okay, well, thank you very, very much, Ms. Kemper.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to item 9C, draft environmental impact report, future growth considerations. Oh, I skipped one, I'm sorry. Item 9B, UPK and transitional kindergarten expansion. And that logically follows.
Sorry, give me 1 second here. All right, so we are, like you said, logically going to talk about sort of a next stage, which is the universal preschool or kindergarten and transitional kindergarten expansion. So first, let's talk about how it aligns with our strategic plan. So obviously focusing on social emotional health, consistent and effective instructional practice, as well as equitable distribution of resources. So we've talked about this a little bit, and I also put this in the report. So I'm not going to belabor the point, but what we've noticed and what was brought to our attention during our iReady review is that we're seeing that there's a group of students at several schools that are displaying some difficulty with being proficient. And these students are actually clustered at a couple of our schools. Castro, Mistral, Montaloma, as well as Theracov. And this data is consistent not just through kindergarten, but also through first grade and through second grade. So really what it describes is an emerging reader's concern that we need to address. And so again, all this data we sort of went through, so I'm flying through it, and it also was included sort of an overview, a snapshot in our results. But one of the other things that we need to take into account is that the ways that our schools are designed, there are some schools that have a higher free and reduced lunch concentration than others. And these also reflect neighborhood patterns too. So it just so happens that Castro has 74% free and reduced lunch, Mistral's at 39%, and then you see Montaloma and Theracov following right after. It is important to note that free and reduced lunch is just sort of an indicator. Please understand that free and reduced lunch is calculated by the federal level, not by a local level. So it is possible that a family if you work at In-N-Out, you actually will exceed the federal poverty level, which I think for a family for somewhere around $26,000, right? So obviously that's a very low number in our community, but it highlights that there are definitely some issues there. And so we're looking or thinking about how can we address these things and sort of put our kids on a stronger footing. And we're going to be talking about over the next couple of meetings, some strategies that we want to put in play. But this is really the first phase of a couple of phases to focus in on this. So I want to go back to UPK, which is what it is, which is Universal Preschool. So UPK is a mixed delivery system that meets the early learning needs. It involves state preschool, transitional kindergarten, as well as other state and federal programs. We completed our initial UPK plan in the spring of 2022 with the goal of exploring how this would look. I just want to remind people that the state's initiative for transitional kindergarten actually cuts into our preschool population. And so there is a challenge here now that we're offering transitional kinder to so many students that would have normally been enrolled in our preschool program. And so implementing this requires for us to consider a lot of factors in order to continue to expansion. And we decided that we would do this in sort of a phased approach and not quickly and base it off of data, and especially in light of the potential enrollment increases that we're already planning for. So we have a three-step plan that we plan on putting in place. Phase one is actually the strategic movement of TK and preschool classes that will take place this year. Phase two, which will occur in the fall, is the adoption of an early reading program, and that unites our preschool as well as our TK and eventually first and second. And it could eventually be one core curriculum that works across all, or it could be a curriculum that is used as strategic sites, or it could be a curriculum that's only for emerging readers, early readers, and then there's one for kids later on. So we'll understand that a little bit more once we start undergoing the state curriculum adoption. And then finally, we do need to make a determination about the future of preschool, including district supplemented full-day preschools, as well as the location of additional classes that will be coming to. And so what that means is that we have a paid program that we offer that is on a sliding scale. And then we also have the preschool program where you have to qualify. But again, because the cost of living in Mountain View is so high, we are starting to notice more and more families are unable to qualify. And so we have this weird dynamic that we'll be talking about at our next meeting during second interim, where you see that we have spaces in sort of a surplus in terms of the revenue for the state program, but a deficit in terms of the operating costs for the paid program because we're subsidizing at such a rate. And the only reason why those spaces exist is because parents are having trouble qualifying for the free program, right? And so we're going to have to make some determinations about that. There's also, like you heard earlier, there is a request for parents to get full day as opposed to half day. And so this is a balancing act that we need to sort of do. Having a full day program also means that you serve less students too, because you can serve almost twice as many students in a half day program, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it meets the needs of all families. So there's a lot of competing factors that we're just going to take a look into and sort of make a determination about what comes next. And maybe it could be the consolidation or sort of the expansion of the program, or sort of wrapping them all into one big program. So we'll study that a little bit more and come back with some additional findings. With that, as I reported to the board a little bit earlier, we are using Hanover to do some research. The first one is to look at the effectiveness of our early reading program and sort of doing a data dive in sort of the longitudinal data. So that also will be coming out a little bit later too. So just what is TK? Essentially, TK is eligible, is requires any school district operating in kinder to also provide TK for all 4-year-old children. I do want to point out, as a basic aid district, we have to fund this ourselves. LCF districts like Cupertino actually get revenue for it. Mountain View Richmond, as we continue to expand our TK classes, will continue to pay for the cost of it. And we're estimated, I believe, to go up to 12 classrooms by the time that the full expansion is supposed to roll out. So I sort of talked about this. So what is our current offerings? Currently, we have 3 sites offering either a combination of a half and a full day program. That's at Graham, Therakoff, and Latham. The transitional kinder is offered exclusively at Therakoff. And then we also have a special ed preschool, which is located at Graham Middle School. When we look currently at the students who are attending TK and at Therakoff, we sort of see that it's a wide number, but most of the students that attend TK tend to be students who reside close to the TK school. So a couple years ago, when we offered TK exclusively at Landos, most of the Landos families took advantage of it, right? So it's an interesting coincidence that occurs. This year, as we've looked at enrollment, what we've noticed is that there actually has been a drop of students from Castro. And this is interesting because, as I reported earlier, I actually had a parent come up to me during one of the cafecitos and ask or request if it was possible for a TK class to be offered at Castro. And I think sometimes we underestimate the impact of distance, right? So initially, it's easy to say, well, you know, Castro is only a couple miles away from Therakoff, and so parents should be able to travel to and from. But Castro and Mistral are really schools that are sort of a foot traffic school, right? It's unlike any other school, parents enjoy walking their kids to and from that school, and they do it in mass. So much so that, as some of our trustees who live around that school have noted, like it creates all types of other issues that we need to take into account safety-wise as kids are commuting to and from school. But this year, we've noticed that there has been a drop in the number of students that are actually attending Castro, and so we want to sort of address that. Now, I want to just point out that 4 of our schools, Castro, Mistral, Montaloma, and Therakoff, continue to show. Although Mistral, out of the 4, tends to recoup the number of students who are performing below grade level as time goes on, those still are the 4 sites of interest for us. So what does that mean? So there are 4 schools that are sort of showing lower literacy rates that could benefit from additional programming. Additionally, what we also know is that the special ed preschool, as well as the state preschool, are currently located on Graham, and that also presents another problem. It would be different if Graham was a sort of a K through 8 program, but it's not. It's a middle school, and a lot outside of the special ed preschool where parents have to send their kids there. Most parents actually opt, even if they live close to Graham, opt not to go into the program. They just don't want their kids on the same grounds as a middle schooler. And then, of course, we also think about that this year we're going to open an additional 3 sites to accommodate the influx of students. So staff, using our theory of action, which is rooted in the belief of resources, people, and data, we determined that the following issues actually need to be addressed. The first one is that while we have seen an increase of students in our enrollment going into next year of close to 300 students, we still need to assist a couple of sites that are still struggling with emerging readers. The second thing is that we also want to increase enrollment. What we know about students who start in TK, their parents tend to understand the school a little bit more, and it helps to sort of address the public perception. And so a good example of this is Montaloma, right? We have a lot of young kids that exist. There's a lot of preschools that are over there, but parents opt to go someplace else for one reason or another, most of it being public perception. We saw the exact same thing at Therakoff over time, but placing the TK at Therakoff has actually increased the enrollment. And so by placing enrollment, a TK class at Montaloma, you give young parents with the opportunity to allow their kids to get in and to understand what Montaloma has to offer. So we do want to create some opportunities to address those. And then also we want to place the preschool and TK programs at locations that really have the adequate space, but also sort of assuage parent concerns in terms of their kids being with kids who are their age. So we're going to make a couple of changes to the preschool program. The first one is we're going to move the preschool program that's currently located at Graham to Therakoff. This will allow us to open up 2 special ed classroom, 1 state preschool program, as well as some additional office space. Therakoff is an existing preschool that also has the most appropriate facilities to house students. And so those preschools have a dedicated playground that they opened up to. Is fenced in, so parents feel comfortable, and they also can sort of leave from there. That's their bathrooms inside there. So that's the first move. The second one is with the preschool moving to Therakoff, the district needs to relocate 3 TK classrooms from the 5 classrooms to 8. And so Therakoff will retain 2 TK classrooms. We will now move 2 TK classrooms over to Montaloma, which actually has facilities to house those classes. They had bathrooms in there, sort of the kinder wing. So that building that is closest to the field will now have 2 kindergartens and 2 TK classrooms. The moderately severe SII classrooms that are located over there will be moved to the other side of the campus. And we will also be adding a sensory room that will help meet the needs of those students. Castro, we will be adding 1 TK classroom to the school. And then Mistral, we will also add an additional TK classroom. At Amai, we will be adding 2 additional TK classrooms, and this will help us with our state preschool that is our special ed preschool. One of the things we noticed this year is that transitioning a student from a special ed preschool into a regular TK classroom creates some issues, just because you have an intensive model and then all of a sudden it's not intensive. And so having some co-taught classrooms at Amai will also help with student transition moving forward. So there's a couple consideration. So the first one is that this is only the first step in our plan to sort of realign our early literacy system. We want to place the TK classrooms in schools where students need additional support and also where parents have expressed a desire for classes. Not all elementary schools in the district have appropriate space to accommodate TK classrooms. For instance, I met with the principal of Landos. He has 500 plus students in his class at his school site. Since we've changed the boundaries, there really isn't much more space that we could offer up there unless we start putting portables back on either on the playground or on the field. And the other piece of this is that the district does not have a program for TK age students transitioning from SPED, which I sort of covered before. So what we also have considered is that many parents have actually expressed the decision to enroll in TK or preschool, and it's really dependent on the locations. We do believe that the continued expansion of TK will also impact preschool enrollment, as parents can choose between either preschool or TK. And those decisions are partly about capacity, but they're also about the facility. As I noted, just in terms of what we will see in the second interim, changes to the state preschool structure are hindered by requirements to the state. And then the district will need to continue to find space to expand in 2024, 25, and 25, 26. So what are our next steps? This is the first part of a larger initiative to inform school communities and the broader public about the changes of preschool, as well as TK. The beauty of those is preschool enrollment actually starts a little bit later. So we're just about to enter that time. And then obviously by noting that we're expanding TK at different sites, we probably will see an increase of students. There are some of the rooms will need to be licensed. And so this will allow us the opportunity to start the licensing program or process so that we can open up in August. And then the next phase of this is phase 2, which is exploring the emerging reader curriculum. And we will do, it's really going to be a formal adoption. Our benchmark process is also up. This is the 5th year that we've had it. And so what we're looking at is the possibility of doing 2 adoptions. The first one being a piloting and sort of adopting one for early emerging readers. And then the second one will be a full-scale district adoption of a reading curriculum. So both will sort of entail or take place over the course of the year. The first one, though, will be intentional just for emerging readers. We want to test some things out and see what that looks like, because we do understand that the emerging readers have different needs and for curriculum than some of our older kids do. And that is all the staff has.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. So any questions from the trustees? Trustee Chang.
Thank you, Dr. Ruff, for the presentation. Do we have an estimated cost of like what it'll take to reconfigure any of these rooms for this project?
So one of the challenge, that's actually one of the challenges we took into place. And if we had to go through DSA, it would take an extensive period of time, but because we're doing this so quick, one of the first things we did was look for rooms that already had an existing bathroom or that were close. So there are specific requirements for TK to have their own bathrooms, and there's are either in the classroom or their own bank of classrooms sort of located. So Ms. Jimbo, Ms. Bauer sort of walked the sites and sort of looked at it. Dr. Westover weighed in also, and we were able to do this essentially on a dime. We were able to find rooms that would sort of meet the needs. The only expense that we're going to have to incur is the cost for furniture if we need it. And we won't know that until we get into the classroom and see sort of what's appropriate. But in terms of taking it through DSA and paying for any construction costs, we've avoided all of those by just being very strategic about which rooms we've selected.
Now, second question, last question is the proposal of putting in those classrooms at Monteloma and Therakoff. Will those impact school site capacity? I know in future presentations we're seeing like what are capacities at those schools. So if we move ahead with the preschool classrooms, TK classrooms there, will that be changing the number that we're on our reports of what capacity is available at those school sites?
I think the challenge here is that the state has indicated that we're going to have to go to 12 classrooms, no matter what we are headed towards sort of an issue about space at all of our school sites. And so right now we do have the extra capacity. In 2 years' time, it will go to 12, and we'll probably have to come back to the board with sort of our next step or sort of thoughts of where to place them. But, you know, I think I'll use Landos as a good example. There are families that want to be at Landos, and Vargas is the exact same way. They do not have excess capacity to take on those students. And that doesn't include the residential growth that's going to be coming. So no matter what, we're headed towards this need to sort of figure out how to address all of these competing initiatives that are put right in front of us. In terms of Monteloma, though, Monteloma at the current time has the ability to expand and add these particular classrooms. It's 2 classrooms that we're talking about right now, so we feel pretty confident. But at some point, you know, we're going to have to start thinking about other solutions.
Trustee Blakely.
Thank you. TK is basically 4-year-olds, but the age phases down, whereas preschool is 3 to 5-year-olds.
Correct. So
like the overlapping community and then the 3-year-olds roughly.
Right. So just compulsory education starts in 1st grade. And then kindergarten is 5-year-olds, but there's a cutoff date. Transitional kindergarten allows for 4-year-olds up to the cutoff date to enter into TK. And then preschool sort of covers all of that. It starts at 3, it goes to 5. And then of course you have some preschools that start at infants, right? And we don't have the infant program. It requires even more. But our state preschool, 3 to 5, mainly it was more, I would say probably historically 3 to 4. And Ms. Kemper can always, weigh in if she needs to. So it was really 3 to 4 because most parents would opt to go into 5th grade when they could.
Kindergarten, yeah.
Oh, sorry, yes, kindergarten.
And I know when I first joined the board, which is like 6 years ago, it was right around that time where we stopped using the Head Start because their funding cutoff was even lower. And we did offer like one all day. It wasn't all day, but it was like a school day, one strand that went until 3 o'clock, sort of addressing some of these same issues that we're hitting now. And I'm just wondering, our preschool teachers do have credentials. It's a credential program. Could we use some of them and just like only offer preschool for 3-year-olds if we have UPK? I'm just trying to figure out how these both live together in the same.
You can see the forces are joining me here, but before I let them chime in, TK teachers are certified teachers that are a part of our union, as are kinder. The preschool teachers, and Ms. Kemper, Director Kemper, you're more than welcome to chime in here, are not a part of the union and go through a different certification process. So those teachers we can't use those teachers. We can, if they're eligible to become a teacher, that's a totally different thing. But in terms of our ability to transition preschool teachers over to TK, that's a totally different thing. But Ms. Kemper can give more details about that.
You're correct, Dr. Rudolph. So the certification for preschool teachers is a little different than our K through 12 teachers, but currently, because of this, the TK expansion and all the changes that are going on and the state's recognition of the need for more early education teachers for TK, they are beginning a new early education credential, which covers preschool through 3rd grade. The hope is that many of these credential programs will begin this fall. And so most of our preschool teachers are actually in the process of investigating whether or not they would be candidates for some of the programs that will be possibly sponsored by First Five and our County Office of Education. So, the state is aware that there is a need to kind of support some early education, some preschool teachers transitioning to become TK teachers, so that we can kind of fill in some gaps there.
Thank you.
Trustee Conley?
Thank you, Trustee Lambert, and thank you for the presentation tonight. I have 4 questions, but I'll try to move quickly. One question I had ties to what was just discussed a little bit, which is staffing for TK. There is specific coursework that's required to work with that age group, and statewide staffing for TK, there's a real lack, and districts across the state are facing that problem. How are we looking at addressing that?
Well, there we go, Ms. Victor.
Yeah, thank you. So we actively recruit at our job fairs and within our own teachers in our district for teachers who have those early childhood education units. We actually are staffed fairly well. Quite a few of our teachers that already work within our district have those early childhood education units. We are in better shape than many in our community when it comes to staffing for TK.
That's great to hear. We'll have to keep that under wraps so nobody headhunts our TK teachers. My next question is about facilities. When I look at Castro and Mistral, when Castro was built and Mistral was redesigned, the space for kindergarten where the rooms have the inside bathroom and then also open onto a play yard with a playground that's structured specifically for younger children, there's 3 classrooms at each site. Are one of those classrooms being used for TK? And if not, where are the TK students going at those sites?
I can answer. So Dr. Westover and I did some walkthroughs. At Castro, currently, the STEAM teacher is in one of the kindergarten rooms, so we're going to relocate her to a different classroom at Castro, so that will provide room for that TK classroom. At Mistral, we are going to have to use a room in a wing next to a bathroom, which is currently the book room, and then we'll have to dedicate the bathroom there to our TK students. So it's not completely optimum because Mistral does have three kindergarten classrooms, and we anticipate them having 3 next year. But we think that with the staffing that we provide and the space where it is, it should work out. Because we're doing something similar at Therakoff as well, because we don't have dedicated bathrooms in all classrooms.
Okay, I know that facilities funding is also not being provided by the state for expanding TK for basic aid districts. They've really put us on the hook for that. But having been a kindergarten teacher, I can't imagine being a TK teacher and not having a bathroom in the classroom. Some of those children are only recently potty trained, frankly, and to send them to a place without an adult nearby, often adults have to help retrieve children or retrieve disasters that happen. I'm concerned about that as a facility solution.
I think one of the challenges that we have is we're really just limited space-wise across our district. And so Dr. Westover is working on an assessment of multiple sites because we're going to run into this problem again next year when we have to do another expansion. Our challenge was that even if we left them all at Therakoff, we would be in the exact same position. So the best thing for us to do as we wrap up our phase 1 projects, and we do have some additional funds, is to come back to the Board of Trustees and discuss TK expansion as well as the needs of the preschool, and then leverage what Measure T funds are left to make some adjustments across multiple sites for the possibility of an additional expansion. And at the time when we refurbished all of the kinder rooms at all of our sites, no one envisioned TK coming to a head. It sort of came during the pandemic. And so now we're fortunate that we have some bond funds left over that we can address this. But, the DSA process is so extensive that we're going to need a little bit more lead time in order to address it. So we are working on a plan of action to look at multiple sites. And that's also part of the reason why we're looking at where the kids are coming so that we can address it that way too.
Okay. And then my next question is about curriculum. As we look at adopting that curriculum for our emerging readers, the phonics versus balanced literacy debate is pretty hot right now. And dyslexia screening is really key in those early years. Is that something that we're taking into consideration as we explore different curricula?
Totally. That's actually, right after we looked at the data, I think everyone started listening to Soda Story and sort of subsequent podcasts. And then I know today is National Reading Day or Literacy Week. And so I know Landals today did a viewing of a film that's based off of that too. Cabinet listened to Soda Story. We all had some reactions to it. And we are taking into account how this impacts how our, sort of hybrid balanced literacy curriculum helps or hinders student growth. And that's part of the reason why we want to look at it from a longitudinal data standpoint, which is why we have Hanover doing a statistical analysis. And then luckily, we have some resident experts, not only around the curriculum, but also individuals who have taught kinder, who can help make some adequate determinations about what's the appropriate curriculum. Chief Academic Officer Bauer used to be a kinder teacher at Montaloma a couple years back, maybe 2 or 3. And so we are taking that into account too, and trying to wrap it all into one big thing, right? Like, how do we address dyslexia? How do we address the needs of EL students? How do we address the needs of emerging readers? How do we address the needs of students who already come in ready to go? And what does that curriculum look like? And so that's why I was very coy about the curriculum adoption and saying it could look like an emerging reader program, or it could be, sort of a menu of you can choose this one based off of what your data is saying, or you can choose this one. Or it could be that, we have one curriculum that continues from preschool all the way up through 8th grade. I think that's the part of the reason why there's a framework out there now by the state and us going through the adoption is to take all of that information into account and then to really address it. But I think all of us are acutely aware of the science of reading and the balanced literacy debate versus phonics debate. And we want to make sure that we're choosing a curriculum that's really going to meet the needs of our students, especially at these 4 sites. I know Mistral is an anomaly of the 3, but at 3 of those neighborhood schools, we recognize that we have to do something different. And then I think all of our directors, both special ed as well as EL, have noted it's not just about those sites, it's also about the other students that often sometimes fall through the cracks just because they may be a small number at a different school. So we are definitely aware of it. And that's why we want to go through this formal adoption process, first with the emerging readers, and then secondly with the rest of the district.
I'm hoping there's an opportunity in there for perhaps some Orton Gillingham training. I know that that's kind of the gold standard in literacy in terms of addressing dyslexia and early literacy instruction, and Landals has been getting some of their teachers trained in the program and their principal as well. So maybe that can go in the basket of things to consider. And then my last question, the county is kicking off an initiative around expanding childcare opportunities. I anticipate that the budget for that is going to be concentrated in the South Bay and in East San Jose. But, is there an opportunity for us to access some of those funds when we look at our universal preschool program? And when we talk about possibly extending the day there, is that where, a possible funding source to extend the preschool day to longer hours as well? Because especially at Castro, those are families who fall within the categories or demographics that the county is specifically targeting.
I think it's a possibility, but and probably Director Chang or Mrs. Lambert would like to chime in. I do think with our after-school providers, we're going to need to address sort of some of their ability to meet the needs of the younger kids, and I think that was one of the reasons why we didn't roll it out. But I see Mrs. Bowers here, so maybe she can weigh in. But if my memory serves me right, that's one of our challenges. But as being a part of Measure A with SLS, I think there's a possibility. But I don't want to say yes for certain, but I think there's a couple of things afoot.
Yeah.
Ms. Bauer?
Sure. I think that's something we can explore. And I know that Director Kemper has actually done some work in the past exploring this possibility for how to add additional time in the afternoons for parents who need it. And I think one of the issues we run into is licensing. So when you have preschool age children, the licensing requirements are very different than when you have school age children. And so unless we can guarantee that we're going to have full classes, some of the providers are not willing to license because the process is so, let's just say that it's not easy to get licensed for preschool after school care, as opposed to being licensed for our after school care for our school aged kids. But it's definitely, as we move into next year, as Director Kemper said in her presentation, and Dr. Rudolph has said, we are looking at ways to expand what we're doing in preschool to offer more full day options for our students. There's just, preschool just doesn't make it easy, and preschool hasn't changed. The state preschool program hasn't changed with the times yet. So we're hoping to see some changes there, but then also be creative as we look at what's our enrollment, how many kids are we serving, and how can we best meet our preschool age kids' needs.
Thank you.
Trustee Berman.
Thank you. I just want to hear a little bit more about funding. So I've had the rest of my questions answered already, which is great. So I know that, I mean, essentially, I feel like, schools, public schools in California are moving from, K through 12. Can you hear me okay? My voice is a little hoarse.
Yep,
K through
we're
12. And we're essentially shifting to serving 4-year-olds publicly, right? So any families that would like to attend the public school that has a 4-year-old can attend. And and they will be served by a fully credentialed teacher, which means, thankfully, for individuals that can go through that program from becoming a preschool teacher to a fully credentialed teacher, I think that it's terrific. But we will have to take that into account as we think about budgeting. Are you hearing anything about, one-time funds or how school districts are going to be supported as we begin to serve more and more students, given that we are a basic aid school district, which means we're basically funded through property taxes?
Right. I think that's the important distinction. So the state has two different funding models, just, for the general public. There is the LCFF block grants that come out, and that's a per pupil student formula. And then there are what we call community funded or basic aid districts that receive funding based off of their tax revenue. And so those are two totally different things. Most of the state falls under LCFF though. And as a result of it falling under LCFF, the state has prioritized and focused their attention on the LCFF students. And so the funding that you hear for the universal pre-K expansion is only for those LCFF districts. There is a pretty strong coalition of basic aid districts, and I believe there's Dr. Westover. You're more than welcome to come on, Dr. Westover, and chime in. But there is a pretty strong group of superintendents and basic aid districts that are advocating with our state legislature to include basic aid districts. But the funding model is so different, or at times the funding model could be so uneven just because of the property tax value, that what you end up seeing is that, you have school districts, not like ours, we're one of the lower basic aid districts, but you see districts like Woodside that are spending so much more per pupil that they're able to absorb the number of students that come in because of their tax revenue. And then what's interesting is you see a school district like Cupertino, which you would assume is a basic aid district, but it's actually an LCFS district. And because it's an LCFF district, it gets the funding because it's probably, and it's kind of odd, right? Because you have Apple and all those other corporations in there, but its tax base isn't the same. And actually, the district that receives the most per pupil funding in the whole state is Oakland Unified. And, because not only does it have the students, but it has multiple factors are at risk. So for us, we're hoping that the state takes this into account. But right now, it's an unfunded mandate for the district, and it will continue to be an unfunded mandate. And so this is one of the challenges that, there's some good things about being a basic aid district, and there's some bad things about being a basic aid district. In this case, though, the expansion of TK falls on our shoulders, and it is an unfunded mandate only because we're not an LCFF district. Dr. Westover, I don't know if there's something else you want to add. I know that the CBOs are also discussing this.
You hit all of the big important parts, that it's being unfunded. There are some facility grants that are out there that we are applying for, but unfortunately, the criteria for the grants is heavily based on your student population. So we have our application in, but the likeliness of us receiving the grants are pretty low. Any funding that's available, it's an unfunded mandate for us.
Well, thank you for the response. It wasn't what I wanted to hear, but it's good that we're looking at this with all of the information so that we can make some wise decisions about our students and our teachers. Thank you.
Any additional questions from the trustees? Okay, I will move on to public comment. Are there any members of the public who would like to speak on this topic? Seeing no one in the audience, and I see one person online. Ms. Pruitt? Getting you lined up here. There you go.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. So I wanted to say I'm a mom at Gabriela Mistral, and the families that I've spoken to so far are really excited about the idea of TK coming to Castro and Mistral. It's really amazing that families who already have older siblings enrolled at the school site don't have to be two places simultaneously when dropping off younger kids. Because if you have an older kid and a younger kid and the start time is the same, it's really impossible to get to Thurkoff and our school site at the same time because of the train, or even in the 15-minute window. So that's great, and everyone's excited. I would encourage our district, I have not talked to anyone at all about the idea of offering some Spanish for families who would like their children to enroll in Gabriela Mistral for elementary school, but I would encourage us to consider that. One of the reasons for attrition that is not totally pandemic related among families who are not parents of English learners has been the desire that their kids get more Spanish or earlier Spanish, and also an anxiety potentially if their kids are experiencing what the parents might consider to be delays. And I'm using quotey fingers. You can't see me because sometimes the quotey finger delays are caused by the fact that kids are learning to read, write, and do math and science and everything in two languages at once. And so for my fourth grader, for example, that has meant that she, during fourth grade, has jumped, I think, 4 grade levels in her English reading level because she has suddenly found a book series that she's passionate about. And for students who are in the opposite scenario, who are learning English, I volunteer in our classroom, and I know that some of them are very fluent at reading in Spanish, but they haven't, for example, found the book series that captures their imagination in English and causes them to jump 4 levels at once. So my point in all of this is the earlier we expose students to their second language, since we're in immersion school, the better it is for their outcomes. And I hope that that will also influence the way that we think about the outcomes at Mistral and for our English learners in general. But overall, we're very excited about having TK, and I hope that we will continue to consider the logistical needs of families who have older kids. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ms. Pewitt. Next speaker is Plina.
Hi, good night. My name is Plina. I have a 4th grader in Mistral, and I also have my daughter in preschool, Latham Preschool. And I'm really glad to hear that you guys are considering Mistral or Castro for a TK, because for me, it's going to be a little bit hectic if I move to another school, let's say Landors or Turkov, because of the timing. And also I have a question about it, how it's gonna be the placement for the kids in TK. Because if my daughter will be placed in Mistral as my son, or she will be placed depending on the address of our address.
You want to comment on that?
So TK placement, it's a universal placement, but we would do our best to make sure as families register that we take into consideration what is the closest TK to their house.
Okay. Seeing no further hands raised, we'll move back to the trustees. Trustee Chang.
Thank you. I would support this idea of expanding access at Castro and Mistral. Our following up what Dr. Rudolph said about people aren't placed in their neighborhood pre-TK. It's not our neighborhood school philosophy doesn't necessarily extend to preschool or TK, nor should it necessarily accidentally extend that way because elementary school is a neighborhood school, kids walk to school. It's not necessarily inherently needed for your preschool to be your neighborhood school. Families may have a different transportation pattern. However, for disadvantaged and socioeconomically disadvantaged communities, I think it makes a lot of sense to have TK as close as possible to that neighborhood, which means that I'm really in favor of Castro Mistral. I'm lukewarm about this idea of investing in TK at Monte Loma and Therikoff. Therikoff is actually the closest school to North Bay Shore, and we're about to hear a presentation about all this potential growth in that neighborhood. And if indeed this won't cost a lot of money, and we're prepared that down the line that we may need to reconceptualize capacity at these school sites, that's fine. But if we're to spend bond money to develop these and put bathrooms in, because I know a lot of classrooms you put bathrooms in, if you need them for older grades, school districts often take the bathrooms out. So I would hate to see that we spend money now and a few years later we're spending money again because we're shuffling classrooms again. So if this is an expansion that indeed doesn't really cost us a lot of facility funds, then that's great. I think I appreciate that. But if this ends up coming back to the board as a large expenditure for Measure T, then I'm talking about Therikoff Monte Loma. You come back and say, well, let's add some classrooms at Castro Mistral. I'm all for that. I'm all for spending money on that. But if we're adding TK classrooms at Therikoff Monte Loma that end up costing bond money, I'd have reservations. Thank you.
Trustee Blakely.
I'm supportive of adding the TK at all four of the schools. It sounds like this is very opportunistic in terms of the physical layout already, that we're taking advantage of existing bathrooms, and that the selection of the classroom location has been based on the facilities that are there. So it will keep the cost down. And I do like the idea of trying to put these programs where at the school sites where we have noticed a need in the early education of the students that they've been lagging behind, because I think you've shown how it does attract neighborhood students to apply. And I would also hope that there's a place for parents when they're applying to indicate if they already have students in our district at one of our choice schools, to try to place, if they want their TK students to be placed at the same location where their older students are. So if somebody lives in the Monte Loma neighborhood, for example, but their student goes to Mistral, and that they could designate that their TK student, that they were hoping for that site, or same with the Stevenson ones to go to Therikoff because it's geographically closer for parents. I know that we can't always accommodate that, but I'd like us to do what we can. And then I also just wanted to mention, I don't know where we are. Landals used to have a preschool program run by the YMCA. Both of my sons went there in the portables where the YMCA now runs the aftercare. I know with Right at School, they're using our existing classrooms. I know historically the YMCA wants their own whole facility, but it might be that there would be some way to share the facility if the Y is not running a program at the same time, where we could maybe put a TK on that portable that's already there. And I believe that that was set up for preschool because it was a preschool for many years, although I don't know that it's got the bathrooms right now, but the kindergarten bathrooms are right near that wing. So if there's a need at Landell's, it would be great to explore that possibility. So, but I'm really supportive, and I'm sorry that we're going to have to spend all the money, but I think it's coming down the pike whether we want it or not. So I'm glad we're planning for it. And I'm glad, as Trustee Conley mentioned earlier, and Ms. Victor, that we have, you know, a number of staff that already does have the proper licensing, and hopefully this will be a relatively smooth transition.
Trustee Conley?
I think Trustee Berman had her hand up first.
It's okay, but I'm happy to go. So I think I'm in support of the plan as presented. I actually think that having the TK at Montaloma is a really great opportunity to begin to build community in the Montaloma neighborhood. I think if we can work with our families in this neighborhood, then we can make sure to engage them in the school, engage them with the parent community. Then hopefully they will end up staying at Montaloma for the entirety of their career if they're from this neighborhood, right? I think Trustee Blakely's point about, you know, having that option, if you have a child that goes to a particular school site and there's TK offered there, that would be a really nice option for families so they don't have to drive to 2 different school sites. And I just want to mention how excited I am about this. I know that we may not see a lot of funds, but this is something that's coming to us. And it's good that we're preparing with these conversations. The research shows that the child's brain develops most dramatically in the first 5 years. And it lays sort of the groundwork for the learning that's going to happen in elementary school. So the fact that, and I will point out that it's also the age where the public investment has been the lowest in our state and probably across our country. So the fact that there's this dramatic shift in our state to moving to support 4-year-olds in the public education is really, really significant. And I'm really excited to see this shift. And I know we probably won't see many of those funds, but I'm really thrilled to be talking about this work and to be able to work with our children early so that they start kindergarten and first grade with the skills that they need so that we can really close those opportunity gaps for them. And more importantly, so that we can begin to work with our parents, because parents are our number one partners in their children's education. So I think the sooner we can start working with families, you know, that I think that the more our students and our community will benefit from it. So thank you for the presentation tonight.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Conley?
Thank you. So I'm also very thrilled with the expansion of TK. It is it's a promise at the state level for the future of our children to require that all 4-year-olds have access to a school site and high quality instruction for that year. But it's also a broken promise in the sense that the funding has not been put there for basic aid districts. And we're going to have to figure out how to continue to expand our TK program for every child and family that is interested. With that being said, when we talk about the facilities that we're going to use, I agree with my fellow trustees that, you know, I'm comfortable with the plan that we have for next year. But when we look down the road, in an ideal world, we would have TK classrooms that were we would have the same number of TK classrooms as kindergarten classrooms at every single school site. And children would just start earlier. Now, I know many families may choose different options for preschool instead of TK, so we may never reach that level. But, you know, when I think into the future, I'd love to see us, when we plan future schools as well, build in the capacity to have TK classrooms at every site. That being said, until we kind of reach that point, targeting our TK classrooms where we have students with the highest needs in literacy and language acquisition makes a lot of sense. So looking at Castro, Montaloma, Thierkoff, Landell's, the sites where we have the highest need for that language acquisition should be a top priority as we continue to expand. My only concern is that the Castro, Mistral, and Latham preschool site, there's 3 programs at that site already, and there's not a lot of space left, and they're sharing facilities, the 2 schools like the MUR, for example. So I'm concerned about having enough room there, but if we could build out a really robust and broad TK program there first, that's where I'd love to cite it. And I'm also want to make sure we earmark some funds within our bond money now and then any future bonds, obviously, to continue to pay for this. I am going to be concerned about our TK teachers in sites where they don't have a bathroom in the classroom. You know, it's tough on any given day in kindergarten, but imagine Halloween when children are allowed to wear their costumes to school and many of them can't get the costumes off themselves, and then trying to send a 4-year-old to another place to go use the restroom, and you can't leave your classroom to help them if they get trapped in their costumes. So moving those bathrooms into the classrooms should hopefully be a priority in future years as well.
Yeah, so thank you, Trustee Conley. So I agree with everything that's been said. I think it's a great opportunity for community building. You know, one thing I sort of have to mention is having been on the board before, and this is a pet project of a former trustee Wheeler. And it's somewhat of a shame that she's not here to sort of wish this in, because she really had a mantra about TK and preschool education. So, you know, we're respecting her wishes. So, and you know, I think we do have classrooms available now in a lot of these schools that make this a fairly easy transition, and we can learn a lot by expanding, especially in those schools that we need it, you know, as soon as possible. And then we'll learn, you know, how attractive it is, what the issues are, what space is needed, and so we can expand to the other schools eventually. So thank you very much for the presentation. Any further comments? Okay, we'll move on to the next agenda item. You want to have a break for 5 minutes? 5 minutes. Come back at 8:35. Okay, I'd like to move on to item 9C, draft environmental impact report, future growth consideration. Dr. Rudolph will be presenting.
All right, well, good evening. This is my last presentation of the day. Before we get started, I just want to mention a couple of things. We're going to hear a lot of information at this time. Some of it's going to be emotional, right? Some of it may be a little bit premature. But it's our job as an organization to talk about everything that's coming at us and to sort of develop a plan. So we're going to walk through a slide deck. And I just want to be honest with everyone that you're going to see a lot of numbers and dates and acronyms. But our conversation is really going to boil down to just a couple few facts. The first one is that part of what people love about Mountain View is this extraordinary public education that their children receive here. It's why my son goes to school here. It's why many of our kids went to school here. And that's a crucial point. The second point is that for years, and we sort of touched on this in the last item, we've provided an education that is handicapped by an arcane funding model that's different than what's used everywhere else. And at some point, all of us are going to have to grapple with that and come up with a solution. The other part is with Google's North Bay Shore development on the horizon, it's time to get our facilities in order and also our funding model correct. And lastly, I think the one thing that I appreciate about the community, and I think that everybody sort of needs to keep in mind, is that we can do it together. We have to do it together so that Mountain View and, in all honesty, MVLA can continue to provide students with the best possible education that our community deserves. And that's really what's at the core here. So I'm going to take us through our response to the growth that's coming based off of a draft environmental impact report. I want to remind everybody that this is an event horizon that could be avoided if we all work together, but we do have to engage a lot of different stakeholders. And we are going to need to make sure that we understand that everybody's going to have to give up something in order to get something more. So with that said, let's dive in, and I apologize. I've been working on this for 7 years, so if there's a lot of information that I can toss at you, I will try my best to keep it as simple as possible, but just bear with me. So everything we do is rooted in our strategic plan. And with that, we have two goal areas that I want to discuss and that have sort of been guiding this for quite some time, which is the equitable distribution of resources that support our student success, but also ensuring that our facilities and resources can equitably meet the needs of all of our students. There's a couple principles that are sort of guiding the work, and I've reiterated these multiple times, but I think it's important to say this again. Our residents view our schools as an important community service. It's also important to note that we are part of a larger ecosystem of Mountain View, and we do work with several community partners. We do provide educational excellence at a bit of a disadvantage, and we need to plan for our current and future stressors, enrollment growth, as well as lack of revenue. And the last one is that the community can and should be an active part of the process. So here's some principles that we want to continue with. North Bayshore, as well as the other developments, as I will show in the upcoming slides and as I have reiterated over time, will outstretch the limits of the existing district facilities. In order to serve our students, families, and community members, we will need to figure out a way with our developers, other community agencies, as well as our stakeholders, to reserve sites for future elementary schools, to adjust the tax increment to properly fund the influx of new students, as well as adjust our current facilities in order to house additional students. Without that, there will be a lower per pupil spending for at the expense of students' education, and we will have to repurpose public space for housing students. So I think it's important for us to start talking about the growth. So at this point of the presentation, I'm just going to go over a couple of different things. Some of these, you can spend a little bit more time. We put some of the items up there. But you hear people talk about RHNA all the time, or the regional housing needs allocation. And it's a requirement by the state to ensure that the city policies, both zoning and land use, help to improve the availability of housing. And we should be commended that we live in a city that really prioritizes meeting those particular needs, because there are some communities within the Bay Area that simply ignore or refuse to ignore those areas. This plan is something that is updated every 8 years. And according to the city, during the last RHNA cycle, from 2015 to 2022, 4,270 units were permitted, which exceeded the overall target of 2,926. But when we're thinking about this, we already had an issue that was brewing, and we've touched on this a couple of times, which is the short-term growth that is already on our horizon. And this is just sort of an indicator of all the different housing projects that are either under construction, they have been approved, or they are currently under review. And you can sort of see how they fall within different zoning areas. But there are 3 big projects that are going to change sort of the landscape of Mountain View. One of which does not even fall within our city's control, which is the Moffett Field project, which is an additional 2,000 units, almost 2,100, which has a 20% inclusionary of affordable housing. In addition to that, you have another 1,900 units in the East Westman neighborhood. And then you have 7,000 residential units that will be coming out of the North Bayshore area. The draft environmental impact report is required by state law under the California Environmental Quality Act. And it requires the lead agency, which is the city of Mountain View, on behalf of the developer, in this case, which is Google or Alphabet, to consider all impacts of the project prior to approval. North Bayshore also has North Bayshore is considered a strategic and vital component of the RHNA plan. And the draft impact report that we responded to was released in December of 2022. So it's important to understand where this development is located. It's located north of the 101. And then as we start to look at it under the precise plan, you start to see that there are different needs that are being addressed, not only commercial, but residential, and of course, office complex, as well as parking. And there are also some parks and open space that was needed. And then if we zoom down even more, what you will see is sort of a layout of the residential area, as well as the green space. We've been engaged in these conversations in one way or another over the course of time. And you can also see that there is a dedicated area for the potential for an educational facility. With that, it's also important to understand that for years, Mountain View Wisman, or the city of Mountain View Wisman, have maintained a joint use agreement for open space. Now, the city, as they will point out, probably over the course of this time, and I know it was said in the letter, does maintain our fields, and it also uses the parks and the rec staff to rent out the fields. This agreement allows the city to count the fields as open space. And over the past couple of years, we have been at odds as a result of district initiatives that sometimes confuse residents in terms of what is open space or city parks as opposed to school fields. Now, I want to be clear about this. We're currently negotiating this. But I need to address a misconception before we even get started. Regardless of what the joint use agreement looks like, there will be no change in terms of the public's use of any of these spaces. And I think the best example of this is what we see over at Vargas Elementary, which is a synthetic or astroturf field that is used by hundreds of residents for soccer on a daily basis, unless it's raining, and sometimes even in the rain. And I even, my neighbors are very inventive. They even have brought their own lights out to illuminate the field at night so that they can continue to play their games. So it's not our intent to say that we're planning on canceling. It is our intent to say that we need everybody to understand that if we do not collaboratively come up with a solution to house our kids, open space will be drastically different down the road. The current agreement, while it is now on pause, was under negotiation with the hopes of creating one uniform agreement that encapsulates everything. There are some things which we will bring up in a later presentation on a different date, which is that the school district is required to adhere to the Civic Center Act in terms of how the facilities are used, as well as the costs that are adjusted. We do believe that new school sites need to be incorporated in it so that we're clear about how those spaces are used. We do have to address the uncollected debts for our current sites, as well as address what district improvements look like. And then there is the Shoreline Regional Park community. It was created in 1969 for great purposes. And I think as you read the act, or as you look at sort of what used to be a pig farm, or a methane, or how to address the methane, or the I hate to say a dump, but essentially the dumping grounds. The whole purpose was to transform this area to address various needs that existed there. And all of us benefit from the community, from the Shoreline Park Act. And it really is a jewel within our community. But it's also a special tax district in which all the tax revenues that would go to local public entities, and in this instance, I'm talking about schools, but there are more than just schools, is devoted to this regional park area. And unlike other RDAs that sunsetted in 2012 through legislation action, Shoreline continues indefinitely because it was carved out a little bit differently. Now with that, and I will talk about this a little bit later, thanks to individuals like Trustee Blakely, we were able to secure a deal where funding is provided. That deal is coming to an end, and I'll discuss that, but it does provide some of the tax revenue as a pass-through. And so the last part here, and we included the North Bay Shore school site as one of the possibilities because it is listed as a possible educational site. But what we have here are an example of all the school sites that we have. What you also see is the ones that are in yellow, the ones that are currently being leased out. So you have the Wisman school site, Slater. Slater and Vargas are actually split into two. So Vargas is the one that we currently use, where Slater is being rented out. Sylvan, that's where We have the ability to build on the site through a previous agreement that predates my existence, as well as the Cooper site. So let's dive in and think about the North Bay Shore plan. And I know we've discussed this, but I want to update what the numbers actually look like. The master developer is Alphabet or Google. The plan is to build 7,000 units. 20% of all units will be affordable housing. The plan also includes a 2,000 square foot police station, 55,000 square feet of community facilities, above ground parking, hotel rooms, open space. However, 0 schools are identified within there, but there is a possibility for a site dedication, which is currently slated for open space. As well as the draft environmental impact summary, we are predicting, and it was listed in the DEIR, that this area will produce 1,471 students who will attend, as the DEIR noted, Montaloma Elementary and Crittenden Middle School. The DEIR, and that doesn't include the high school. So we reference the high school at some points, but we don't really put their numbers in here. The DEIR also suggests that schools should be intensified in order to house students that have generated. We have discussed this. And as a response, in 2018, we passed, or 2019, right before we closed, we passed a master's facility plan that took into account the development of an urban school. So we have been planning for this and sort of understand that this is a possibility of what we need. I do want to be honest, though, that there is trepidation about putting 700 kids, elementary age students, on a site that is smaller than one of our smallest school site, Vargas, which has half the number of students on its campus. And as we saw previously, is about to undergo extensive modifications in order to be usable on the site. And so that does also cue into any school in North Bay Shore, to Trustee Chang's comment at the last meeting. We need to plan for that the first time out so that we don't have to go back in and do it again. The last part is that this plan, or the summary, provides no additional requirements for developers to help mitigate the costs above developer fees. Now, there's a visceral reaction that occurs with this, because obviously we feel, and we saw Sobrato, we feel the need for additional funding because we understand that the cost continues to escalate, and we've estimated that at $1.1 billion. But developer fees are really designed for other parts of the country, or not the country, the state, where the cost of land is affordable compared to others, but also the building costs are not as high as they are in the Bay Area. But in the city's defense, they have to state that developer fees are adequate enough to mitigate the costs, regardless of whether or not something that was decided in 1998 actually meets the needs. However, there is nothing, as we put in our letter, that precludes a developer, the city, as well as a school district from going above and beyond and addressing the needs of all aspects of a community. Finally, it's also worth noting that the Shoreline Regional Park community does not provide the full tax revenue or operational funds for both school districts. And I will point out that there are other entities, Foothill, De Anza, that El Camino, the water district, that are also not receiving those funds. But for this purpose, I'm going to focus our attention on Mountain View Wisman. Finally, the draft environmental impact report notes that all students generated from the project are zoned for Montaloma and Crittenden. It notes that current enrollment, as well as the total capacity of both schools, which there is excess capacity. However, the projected number of students over the next 10 years is predicted to exceed what we actually can hold. So, and again, I just want to just reiterate, and then I'll start showing you what this is actually going to look like conceptually so that we understand the challenge that we all face. It is located in a special tax district. This agreement is coming to an end and expires in July 2023. So at the next meeting, when we show our interim, our second interim, and we begin our budget planning, you will note that we have actually removed shoreline funds from our budget moving forward until an agreement, or if an agreement is actually decided upon. The formula continues a tax revenue pass-through that addresses the needs within the shoreline part. And I do want to point out that according to the county assessor, this year's payout from the city was 5.3 million. However, the full tax revenue in today's dollars is $13.9 million. And I need to, we've batted around, like, how do we address the building costs? But I think it's a misnomer to think that these funds are supposed to be intended for building. These funds are really dedicated for the operational costs and the housing of students, meaning these monies are supposed to address the hiring of teachers and staff that meet their particular needs. So the DEIR also notes that the shoreline community should work with MVWSD as well as MVLA to allocate tax revenue to both district sites. And I want to point out that we currently spend around $23,000 per student, give or take. And that takes in the full multitude of all the revenue that we take in. So if you look on a state number, you will see it says around 17,000 for last year. But it doesn't take in the entirety of the amount that we take in, including the pass-through. But if we apply that number to 1,400 students, almost 1,500 students, you will note that the total amount of revenue that should be received from that tax district, if we were LCF, if we just simply use a per student formula, would be around $33.9 million. If the projected number of students, and this again is if this happens, if these students show up and the project or the amount of money that we receive remains the same, our per pupil student formula will drop to $16,000 per student. And for comparative purposes, that means that we will be spending just about as much as Evergreen and some other communities. So it's a drastic difference in terms of the amount of services that we'll be able to provide. Finally, the DEIR cites existing and excess capacity at Montaloma and Crittenden and notes that it is possible for both schools to accommodate the additional 1,400 students, almost 1,500, and that the gradual addition of students would not require expansion at either site. However, the DER does not take into account what the other developments that are currently underway. And I do believe that this is one of the flaws of the multitude of all the plans that we have, is that each piece or each plan or each development that is approved does not have to take into account the project before or the project after or the project that is moving concurrently with it. However, the district has to take those into account. And so I will be displaying what the impact of all this is. Finally, the DER cites an appropriate space for a possible school is less than 5 acres, whereas the state recommends 13. And the majority of our schools are actually around 10 acres, with the exception of our middle school. And again, I think I've already talked about this, that developer fees meet the state's required mitigation from developers. And it also suggests that the developer and city should work with the school districts to help intensify school sites, meaning to add more students to a particular site, with the help of possibly addressing growth and preserving public parks as well as playgrounds. So I think it's important now for us to look at the impact of additional students So the first one is, what is the expected growth in Montaloma if nothing changes and 1,400 students arrive? Well, it's essentially 45 portables that will need to be placed somewhere on the site. And so we asked one of our architects to look at all available space, and this is what Montaloma will look like in the event that either the board doesn't change boundaries or we don't find ways to accommodate the students. But I want to be clear, if all of these students show up, and I know that there are going to be some people who are going to argue that they won't, but if all of these students show up, whether we change boundaries or not, the point is that 45 portables will have to go on all of our campus, or we will have to spread the wealth, or we will leave them all at Montaloma. So I think it's an important distinction for us to know that no matter what, these portables will be coming if we cannot find adequate facilities in order to house our students. At Crittenden, essentially what will take place is the elimination of the basketball courts, as well as the ancillary track and field components, the shot put area, the discus throw. And we would need to place an additional 29 portables on that school site. So we've studied this report, and we've highlighted the ongoing issues as well as the increased enrollment. And in 2018, we estimated that our cost to build, house, to find adequate land, to even address the need for another middle school sit somewhere in the neighborhood of $1.1 billion in 2018 monies. And the DER also indicates that Alphabet or Google is only obligated to pay the developer fee, and that it is really MVLA's as well as MVWSD's responsibility to address the new student building costs. Additionally, a cost concern is the actual cost of schools. The DEI notes that California Education Code affords the trustees of Mountain View as well as MVLA to levy a fee, charge, or dedication and other requirements against construction. And so with a clear funding gap, we have explored the possibility of addressing the funding gap to help pay about 50% of the costs. However, it is repeatedly cited that Mello-Roos is a poison pill that will end all development within our community. And so I think it's important that we all have to figure out a way to make this happen so that we can realize both goals of addressing our students, but also allowing for growth to occur. But what is clear is that our last bond, the residents were extremely clear about their desires, that current residents do not and will not approve a bond that covers the cost to house students in an area that they do not exist. And so this presents a problem for us if we were to look at a general obligation bond and ask the whole city to cover the cost of housing students. So we've talked about the possible dedication of it. There is a size about the possible school site. It's not new, and I know it appears that the school site sort of fluctuates depending on its size, but I want to highlight the last time that I was updated about this formally. The DER highlights the possibility of a single site, and at the time, it was a 3.5 acre site. 2.5 of those acres could be used for school grounds, and one of those will be reserved for a park. And I want to point out that that educational site is almost half the size of Vargas Elementary, but we need to house more than twice the students. I was informed yesterday that the site is actually 5 acres and that it would be a full 5 acres if it was dedicated to the district. But that's still, Vargas is only 4.5 acres, so it's only an increase of a 0.5. If MVWSD were to exercise eminent domain in order to purchase the land in the North Bayshore area, the current market value is about $20 million per acre. And so when we look at the long-term on impact on the sites, what we start to see is that there's a lot of growth that's going to be occurring, and you're going to see a couple more slides eventually that will show the totality of all projects moving forward. But I do want to point out that North Bay Shore does indicate that there is competing issues, and I think, you know, at times people view this as, you know, this argument that this is schools versus parks or schools versus growth, and that these things are mutually exclusive. And that's not the case. I think everybody wants good schools and everybody wants parks. And in fact, I think at the last meeting, I heard Trustee Lambert say, kids benefit from both. But we do need to make sure that it is clear in the joint use agreement that we address the need for any new lands, because it is clear from the incidences at Eunice and the incidences at Montaloma that there is a lack of clarity of what is open space versus what are school grounds. But also that when we start using school lands for recreation and later need to construct need to add school construction, that it contributes to the likely confusion around green space, parklands, as well as school fields. And so there has to be a way that all of us can address that particular need so that residents don't feel like they're losing something, which is what we saw previously before. But now, and I sort of touched on this a little bit more, is the totality of all approved projects in Mountain View. And again, I want to point out that this isn't, you know, against housing, but this is to say that at some point, because City Council approves projects individually and not as one whole group, and this is not a critique on their process, but these projects are approved within an island. And some of those islands are constrained by the way that the state has set the approval process. So that when a project disappears, it is allowed, you know, it is allowed to resurface, similar to the one that's right around the corner, where 116 units were once there, and it is being replaced by 115 townhomes. And that is an acceptable process within the city. But as these are being approved, they do not factor in the impact of the previous project. And so the cumulative impact of all the pending projects will currently net us more than 2,100 students, which is almost an increase of 50% of the students within the district. Additionally, as we think about the competing initiatives for land, I went the wrong way. And so when we look at this and we start overlaying all of the approved projects with the future projects, not including the Moffett Field, although we have been in touch with the developer for Moffett Field, and we are able to predict how many students are going to come from there. And I do want to point out that, yes, while it is an area that is used for military as well as eventually NASA employees, we do bus. We have 3 buses that come out of that area and take their kids over to Montaloma and Crittenden. That preside at Montaloma, they encompass almost 20% of the population. So we know that kids are going to come out of these areas, and with another 2,000 units, with 20% affordable, we're going to expect more, but it's the totality of all these projects which leads us to overcrowding at all of our schools, with the exception of Therakoff. If we leave, with the exception of Therakoff, Mistral, and Stevenson, but Mistral and Stevenson are choice schools that have their population set, and the schools are actually designed only to house 450 students. So Therakoff will be the only neighborhood school that will have excess capacity. And it's important to note that this is if the board does not implement boundary changes, which when we did implement boundary changes in 2017, and I remember Trustee Lambert, you were part of the SAATF, he forewarned or foreshadowed that this issue would come up. And then we will be back here in 5 to 10 years, and we will be redrawing the boundaries again. But one of the pieces of solving this problem is that the district will have to address growth and will need to make sure that it adjusts its boundaries in order to focus on the capacity. But I think it's important to note, when you look at Montaloma, it will be in excess of 1,300 students on that school campus. Vargas, which deals with a different project that is currently that's under development and is underway, will be in excess of 172. So it's the totality of all these projects that is going to push us over capacity, which is why we have to figure out, and it's why the Master's Facility Plan says we must address long-term growth at some point. And over the course of this year, both the school year and last calendar year, we have been having conversations, with the first conversations about the different types of financing that we have. And during that time, I also indicated that we will come back and start having discussions about the impact of that growth. So I want to be clear that while we are responding to the draft environmental impact report, I said it last year, that I have a fiduciary duty to bring these issues to the board. And that after I did the last financing one, that at the start of the year, I planned on coming back to talk about the growth, with the intent that the board will have to start making some tough decisions about what it needs to do to address the growth. Included in that is a conversation about what to do about the middle schools, because we are used traditionally to small middle schools. And as a former middle school principal, I was at a school that had 2,400 kids, which is more a reflection of Southern schools. But when we asked our parents their thoughts and feelings about intensifying the middle school, as well as the board, we were told that that is too many kids to have housed on one campus at any given time. And so that means that we are going to have to entertain the possibility of either adding more kids, adding another middle school, or addressing the school boundaries for the middle school, which the Students Advisory Task Force did not touch the first time around, which also was a point of contention, I want to point out, for members on the SATF, because they highlighted that eventually we would be at this place where we will have to address the growth that is going to impact our middle schools. And so this is just a different way of looking at it, to sort of see what the event horizon is. So what you can see here are the projects that are currently under construction or that are being approved, and sort of the time frame that we believe that they will come to fruition. And then you can see the North Bay Shore and East Westman plans, which are under review, and sort of when we believe those kids will come. And then what you start to see at the bottom is where our schools are. And somewhere around 2027, we will start to hit the event horizon of being at capacity. And essentially Montaloma and Vargas will cross that threshold in 10 years' time and start to be over capacity, to the point that when we reach past 2034, that we will be well over capacity or beyond anything that anyone is comfortable with. So because we're talking about the totality, you know, this is to Trustee Chang's point earlier, the fact that we are about to make $600,000 worth of improvements on the site in order to make it more accessible, coupled with the possibility of the JPA ending, which means that we will need to lean on lease revenue even more in order to sustain our current practices, means that Vargas will need to add 6 portables to his site, which unfortunately means that they will get placed on a field that costs almost $1 million. So another concern is that we are a basic aid district. We touched on this actually in the previous presentation to talk about the unfunded mandate for TK. And as a basic aid district or a district that receives all of its revenue from taxes, it means that we pay for all of our operational expenses, teacher salaries, custodians, from those property taxes. And the more students we receive without additional property taxes, the less it has to spend on its students. And just for comparative purposes, Palo Alto is a basic aid, Sunnyvale is a basic aid, MVLA is a basic aid, Los Altos is a basic aid. Continuing with tax revenue as a concern, the 2011 Budget Act eliminated all RDAs. And we heard similar concerns during that time in 2012, that the reduction of RDAs would essentially send all those cities into turmoil. Obviously, all those cities are still existing and they figured out how to address with it. But we're going to have to figure out something in order to happen. Now, I want to be clear, this is not to suggest that the shoreline community operates with nefarious purposes. Just because other RDAs did does not mean that there's overreach and abuse. But the reason why these RDAs were ended was exactly because of that, because cities use the RDAs to find ways to fund other purposes by charging higher interest rates than what you could get on the market rate, as well as using those funds to offset other development costs. So there is something that we're going to have to address with here. And this is one of those delicate balances that we have, which is that we all benefit from having that tax district address needs that exist within that area. However, those areas, those items that are being addressed in an area that is worth more than $5 billion creates a deficit for the district that is unrealized by our neighboring communities, similar to Sunnyvale, which is probably our closest comparison. And so there is something that has to be addressed with that. And so this is, as I talked about previously, if we received our full increment today, we would spend $26,000 instead of $23,000. But if it continues and we add additional students, our per pupil expenditures will go down to around $16,000 per student. Now, the uncertainty of whether the current agreement can be extended to collect the full tax revenue means that we're going to have to rely on our lease revenues. And so one of the things that has been tossed out is whether or not Mountain View will be able to reclaim Wissman and Slater and use it as a place to house students. And if we look at the map, especially with Wissman, it is located in an ideal place to address some of this growth. And while and to our tenants, I am not suggesting that we are trying to cancel a lease. But I would be remiss if I did not point out that with the JPA coming to an end, we will need that lease revenue. Otherwise, the impact on the school district will be twofold. Also, at some point, current residents within Mountain View will eventually have to decide whether or not to tax ourselves in order to build schools for students in North Bayshore, as well as we'll have to figure out whether or not we are comfortable with covering the cost of each student. So what are the next steps? And then staff actually does have a question for you too. So I want to just summarize all of it because it's been a lot. And to be honest, there is so much more information that is baked in here, right? I could have talked about how we came up with our numbers, and I could show you spreadsheets about how we compare our student generation rates to other student generation rates. We have an actual full report that discusses the back and forth that we had with another demographer that was hired by Alphabet or Google to determine whether or not our numbers were correct. And so I could go in that because I've been here for long enough to see it. But the point is that our responsibility is to plan for students. If we wait until the students show up, it's going to be too late. So we have to. And the building cycle for a school is actually longer than the building cycle for a residential property. But I also need to point out that it's not really the city's obligation to take into consideration students. It is morally an obligation that they have as they think about the totality of all the complexities of what is needed within a city. But it's not their job to think about how to house students or to change boundaries or how to produce revenues or how to address the achievement gap. It is our responsibility to do that. And so I think it is important to note that the precise plan provides an excellent opportunity to facilitate multi-government and private corporation planning, which would yield a clear plan of action to address the impact of schools, the elimination of diverted tax revenue for both of our school districts. And I think the teacher housing project is a clear indicator of what is possible when we put everything else aside and we focus on what we're trying to accomplish. A developer who promised to provide a high number of affordable housing, who was at a point where they needed additional help in order to get it over the hump. The city, as well as the school district, identifying a clear need to house employees, and really some creative financing from lawyers and staff to figure out how to get this across the hump with additional funding coming from the city. And that is a clear indication of what happens when we put everything else aside and we focus on our ability to achieve something together. And unfortunately, right now, not all the parties are sitting at the table working on this project together. So without a plan, existing residents of Mountain View will shoulder the burden of mitigating not only the operational costs, but also how to house students. We also, as part of our next steps, we will need to continue to address the needs of the joint use agreement to determine the feasibility of its extension. And at a future presentation, we will highlight the benefits of such a long-standing relationship between the city as well as MVWSD. We will discuss the unclaimed debts that you as a board have knowingly sort of allowed to continue on, even though they have been audit findings from the joint projects. And we will also discuss this issue centered around the Civic Center Act that school districts are required to abide by in order for the use of open space. And I want to be clear that Civic Center, even if we don't have a joint use agreement, the Civic Center Act is clear that fields and school properties should be made available to the public for its use. So regardless of how the Civic Center Act is adhered to, the point is that the state of California was clear that residents should enjoy our properties. And this board has also been clear through the passage of the previous resolution, as well as the addition of Greening Vargas, that it is your expectation that our school grounds are made available to the public and that they have a field that addresses not only the social, emotional needs and the environmental needs of families, but also addresses the needs of the school. Finally, we will talk about and bring back a presentation on the impact of the potential end of the JPA, as well as solutions to absorb a possible multi-million-dollar shortfall that will occur starting in 2023-2024 school year. The next steps. We will also bring back board of trust and seek board of trustee direction on how staff, as well as the demographer that you approved, can work with the community to adjust boundary lines and to create triggers that will adjust these boundary lines so it's a predictable fashion. We will update our master's facility plan to address the growth as well as centralizing services, because we understand that it is possible that we will need to centralize services in order to adjust for growth. And we will continue to work to inform residents and answer community questions. So the question staff poses to trustees are, what are the important considerations on what we should be thinking about as we engage our diverse stakeholders on these topics? And what are some of your expectations in terms of how we engage them? And that concludes our presentation.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Question, go ahead. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I'm just wondering, it's 9:30. Should we vote to extend the
I was going to
time?
wait a little bit longer, but yes, we should.
Oh, okay. if you
We
wanna wait,
should,
that's
we
fine.
should.
I just thought this would be a good
Do
time,
why
but
don't- Should we extend it to 11 o'clock? I think.
I would second that. Do we need to vote or do you want to do
No, let's vote. Okay, all in favor? Any comments from? Okay,
Aye.
all in favor of extending this discussion till 11 o'clock? Say aye.
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 Okay, the motion passes. Okay, anybody would like to start off? Oh, I see, trustee Conley.
Thank you, Trustee Lambert. I just have a couple of quick questions. Dr. Rudolph, would it be possible to look back at slide 9?
Give me 1 second.
And for context, I met with Google's team back in the fall. And my question has to do about the placement of the
Sorry, here, let me
acreage. That's fine. The placement of the acreage and, oh, actually it's slide 11. It's numbered 9. I don't know why it came up as 9 on my screen. So if we zoom in, well, if you could point to where the school site, the proposed open space.
This one right here. This one's better for you?
No, go back to the other one.
Okay.
So if you can point to the location of the school site and open space.
Yes.
The proposed. Yep. And then that green bar to the right of that, that's actually a sewage treatment plant.
Yes.
It's a wastewater facility and it's directly across the street from the school site. I spoke to Google about my concerns about locating that beside the school site. I have toured the wastewater or sewage treatment plant in Palo Alto, which uses similar technology. It is pungent, to say the least. There are also large trucks going in and out all day. And so I spoke to them about, is there a possibility of changing the location of the site and the use of that strip right beside the school? And so I was curious if any change had happened in the master plan around that.
It does not appear that there's been any change. This map was actually pulled directly from the draft environmental impact report. And I would say in my first years of teaching, I actually lived right next door to a sewage plant in my house with my kids. And the only time it didn't stink was when it was cold outside and the winds were going the opposite way. So this currently is the area that is dedicated for the school. I want to point out, and I'm not trying to come to their defense, but over the course of multiple conversations, I think you were an observer from the League of Women Voters at the time, the site has actually moved from over here to One of these is Shorebird and one of these is Joaquin. And I think this is the Joaquin one. So it was originally in here, and then there was a concern about it being placed sort of more in open space. But at that time, when we had that conversation, there was no indication that this would be a sewage plant. In fact, I think this was slated for, oh, it says flex parking hotel, but so no changes as I know of. And again, this comes directly out of the draft environmental impact report, which leads me to believe that this is the intent. Staff can check with the city as well as with the developer to see if there have been any changes, but I would suspect that there haven't been.
Thank you. And then my other question had to do with when we look at this slide with the location of our schools, our land, which is slide 13. And we compare that, we'll just have to use our memories here, to the location of a lot of the new development going on in the city. We have Cooper, which is a full site that we are not utilizing. We are leasing it right now, but it is in an area that is zoned R1 and does not have any future development planned, is my understanding. So even though we have land, the location of future housing, and specifically affordable housing in our city, is very much segregated to the opposite side of the city from where we have the infrastructure or amenities that are needed for that additional housing. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I do want to point out that, and I'm not sure if this still remains true or if this will happen, but there was at one point an indication that the last area that could possibly be redeveloped, and I'm not trying to say that there's an official plan for this, would be the area that is sort of the industrial area that is around Montaloma. There was sort of an indication that something may happen there, but this was a long time ago and it was a different staff at the point. But yes, all your growth is concentrated in the northern part of the city with little, you have a El Camino redevelopment area that's been identified, but most of it is north of El Camino, and with an excessive amount being north of Central Avenue.
Okay. And then my last question, when we look at what would have been the tax revenue that the district could have received from the shared shoreline area if the JPA did not exist, we're looking at a deficit of about $8 million annually right now. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's about 8% of our budget?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Blakely.
Thank you. We've had conversations before about utilizing these sites that we now lease, Cooper, Slater, Wisman, to build, either improve or densify or whatever you want to say, so that we put schools on where we send our student population. And I know you just mentioned that because of the shortage of funds, we would need to rely on the lease income, so we would not be able to do that. However, we've also talked about possibly relocating maybe the German school to the Cooper site, something like that. If we were to receive the full increment of the shoreline funds, the 13 point whatever million it would have been this past year, would we have enough funding to develop the school sites on those locations that we already own, and possibly the North Bayshore site that we may have access to?
So it's a complicated answer, but I'll do my best not to get too academic on this. The total amount of revenue that goes through a pass-through, and it's not received by the district, if was the equivalent of a Melrose, which means that, and I could pull up a sheet to determine the exact number, but basically from last year until, if you add in 25 more years, there's about $500 million that the district would receive. So it is possible, and it seems kind of odd to hear it this way, it is possible that you could give staff, teachers, a sizable raise plus reduce class size and still have money left over to bank for the building of schools and have a sizable amount that you can add to the developer fees that we have been banking to help offset the cost of schools. And I just want to point out that there are buildings, and I highlighted this when we were talking about funding options, and I apologize that I misplaced the comma during that presentation when I was talking about the hotel. But one of those buildings that just opened up from Google is estimated around $1 billion itself. And so the cost of that will increase the tax increment in the shoreline area. And it will definitely exceed, it is moving well beyond our estimated 3% increase annually. And so, yes, it is a sizable amount of money that would free the district up to not only start to look at the acquisition of land, but also to build sites if that's how the board determined that the funds should be used.
So I have a question. Roughly what, just real rough, just to get some numbers out there, would it cost to build a school from scratch, not counting the land, so roughly $10 million an acre? That's, our current schools are roughly for 450 kids, double the size of a school.
So our previous estimates in 2018 to build an urban school in the North Bayshore area exceeded $100 million. That was 2018, so that does not include supply chain issues, escalation costs, or anything else. And so but we do factor that into the cost. And this is that was using Vargas as the model, which is Vargas is a modular building compared to Montaloma, which was what we call a stick-built building.
Just to be clear, it's doubling the size.
Doubling the size was about $100 million using the cheapest building methods available to us. And I understand that modulars are being used around the board, but it is there. And we talked about this, and when Trustee Wilson was on the board, the liquefaction in that area. What we don't know is what the water table will do to the actual cost. And so that's one of the concerns. So we're estimating in 2018, we're estimating just the building is $100 million, not including anything else that would be needed in order to adjust it for the seismic.
Would that number differ very much if you took a school like Montaloma and decided to double the capacity there by building up, not horizontally?
If we were to build up in Montaloma, essentially you have to raise the ground. You're probably looking somewhere in the neighborhood of about $60 to $70 million in today's funds, because it's not using modular. And I would assume that if you went that route in North Bayshore, we're probably closer to somewhere in the neighborhood of 200 to $250 million.
As I recall, a presentation that Bill Gould, I think it's Artique, had made when we were visiting the urban school sites and evaluating those. You can't really do modular over a certain amount of stories. And I don't remember, it was like 4 stories. There was some amount where all of a sudden the requirements for the foundations and everything get a lot more expensive. And so it's more per foot essentially to build a taller building. But if you have a very small footprint, that may be the only option.
Questions for Dr. Whitlock? Okay.
Yeah.
What's that? Oh, she's there. Trustee Berman?
I'm just wondering is there a mechanism by which, maybe there's like a system of communication with the city when we look at all these numbers and the development that's happening or the growth that's happening across the cities. I'm sure that there are changes that happen over time, whether there's more units or fewer units, projects get canceled, there's revisions. I'm wondering if there's a mechanism where we're getting those numbers that have shifted like to our district so that we can make sure that we're looking at really accurate numbers and getting the right count.
Assuming that no projects have been approved since the publishing of this presentation, those numbers are up to date as of last week. So we have a demographer. We have a couple of demographers, but the demographer that we have on staff, Jack Schrader and Associates, is in constant contact with Eric Andrews and city planners. And so we also check the city's website in terms of approved projects. And we take those into account. We factor out the ones that are in the San Antonio area. And so these numbers are as accurate as they come, and we get monthly updates from the demographer in terms of what the impact of those are. So we try our best to stay on top of it because this is such a big issue. And I do want to point out that Jack Schrader and Associates also works for MVLA, so they're aware of these numbers too.
Thank you. My second question is, no, I don't have all the details about this because I'm sort of learning about it as I go. It's my understanding that, if we're concerned that there isn't the right infrastructure for us being schools in the area where we are seeing a large development, that, our district could communicate with the California Department of Housing and Community Development, the HCD, just to make them aware. And I'm wondering if the district is aware that we can, that the housing element hasn't been finalized, that we can write a letter just to inform that we're concerned about the infrastructure being there to house potentially future students.
I think since the publishing of this presentation, that there have been multiple conversations with different elected officials. And so this information was passed to us yesterday, last night, as well as today. So we do plan on commenting about the RENA. We expect at least a formal response, and we hope that there will be behind the scenes. And I think my meeting with the city manager and assistant manager and Parks and Recs team sort of indicates that there's an intent to try and figure this problem out. And that was as of our meeting yesterday, with a common understanding that we're all sort of in a web of mutuality, and that we are tied together with this. And so that we need to figure out a way to bring everybody together to have these conversations. So I'm expecting for that to continue. And I wouldn't be surprised if there are some conversations that similar to what was facilitated right before the pandemic of 2x2s or something else, where trustees and city council members will be able to also discuss the issue. And I think that's something that the board would need to take into account in terms of what they want.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the trustees? Okay, I'll turn this over for public comment. Would any members of the public wish to speak on this item? See one hand raised in the room, Mayor Hicks.
So thank you. And please, what's your time limit?
Oh, 3 minutes?
3 minutes. Okay.
We'll be generous. So.
Okay, thank you so much. So yes, 3 minutes. So I am Allison Hicks, Mayor of the City of Mountain View, and I will be speaking on behalf of the city. 3 minutes, of course, we can only scratch the surface. I liked the last comments that were made about a web of mutuality. I think we're kind of all trying to work on a Rubik's Cube together and get it to all the sides of the cube to work out. If it's a difficult puzzle. I think we all want a city with great schools, great parks, great open space, wildlife preserve. I think we all want to address sea level rise and control the toxic dump in North Bayshore. And I think we all recognize that development here, tech development here, has brought us both wealth and challenges that the school board, the city council, the city and residents all have to work through together. Another challenge, and we also recognize that among those challenges is developing adequate housing and affordable housing to meet the needs of our growing tech workforce. And another challenge, of course, is growing schools and parks along with that housing. So I think we have shared goals and we can work together as we have for over 60 years. And the city does want to continue to work collaboratively, and I would say meet more often. We have, of course, as you mentioned in your presentation, worked together in the past. Wait, let me see if I can read we have supported shared facilities, the land acquisition in North Bayshore that you mentioned, voluntary developer contributions. In addition, though, we have to recognize that the North Bayshore EIR is a technical document, so it didn't discuss the school site in North Bayshore. And also that these plans that we're talking about will take time. The housing is not going to be developed all at once. I'm completely convinced that MVWSD has no need to cover schoolyards with portables or take away the joint use of our parks and open space as a reaction to our EIR, especially when a new school site will be available in North Bayshore, and we're committed to helping with other options. It's also a fact that the Shoreline Park community is not an urban redevelopment district. It's a park district with serious ongoing obligations that all of us know need to be addressed. And that's a legal obligation to address sea level rise, toxic dump maintenance, and wildlife preservation. So as I said at the beginning, it's a real Rubik's Cube. It's not an easy problem to solve, but I'm absolutely convinced that we can get together and solve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Hello, it's nice to join you this evening. Yeah, I'm going to talk specifically about one of the obligations that we have to meet as a community, and that is to protect our residents from sea level rise. It is a major challenge that we face with climate change. We're susceptible to both riverine and coastal flooding. Riverine flooding, I think, is the flooding we all hear about along the Mississippi or any of our creeks. That's riverine flooding. Coastal flooding isn't something that's so common. And coastal flooding is basically anything along the coastline. That's shoreline. That's what happens with sea level rise. And sea level rise has been very gradual to date, but is expected to accelerate. And so we need to be ready for it. And it's, fortunately, Mountain View put together a plan in 2012 to deal with sea level rise as it was anticipated at that point. Our plan was updated just a few years ago. There were basically to deal with more accelerated sea level rise. As you know, sea level rise is happening faster than we thought it would. And unfortunately, the information that we get from the scientific community tells us that it may even be faster than we think now. So this protecting against sea level rise isn't really something that we can put off. We have gotten started on the sea level rise projects. We finished one, which was rebuilding the Coast Forebay Dam that holds in the water for the shoreline lake and also separates off the Coast Forebay, which is where a great deal of stormwater goes. I wanted to mention that at the moment, these sea level rise protection projects are estimated to be about $120 million. Another project that we're actively involved in is the South Bay Salt Pond Restoration. And we are restoring 4 salt ponds that are adjacent to Mountain View. And they're going to be a wonderful amenity from a habitat point of view, bring many, many birds. And also, they are Mother Nature's best sponge. They absorb wave energy, and they will also absorb a great deal of water. So they're great protection against coastal flooding. The Sea Level Rise Capital Improvement Program will help protect many areas in Mountain View from flooding risks and deal with the accelerated sea level rise. So we all look forward to working with the school district to meet our mutual needs. And I just wanted to make a comment. It's so interesting when you come and talk to a different jurisdiction that deals with sort of different problems. I was just getting a kick out of listening to you use the term, how do we house our students? Because when we think about North Bay Shore, we're thinking about how do we house our community? And of course, students are part of that. But anyway, I just wanted to bring that up as kind of an interesting juxtaposition of language. We do want to house your students and our students, they're the same kids. And we also want to provide housing for our employees and community members. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Showalter. So, Assistant City Manager Ramsberg.
Thank you very much, members of the Board of Trustees and Superintendent Rudolph. I am Audrey Seymour Ramsberg. I am Assistant City Manager, and one of my roles is to help lead the city's stewardship of the Shoreline Regional Park community, and that has given me the opportunity to work closely with Mountain View Wisman and Mountain View Los Altos High School District staff, and that includes a great collaboration with Dr. Westover that I appreciate immensely. And it is part of my work with the Shoreline Regional Park community to be the administrator or manager of the Educational Enhancement Reserve, JPA, the agreement that Dr. Rudolph has referred to in his presentation. And I want to start by saying that the city is absolutely committed to continuing and increasing this payment to the district, to both districts from the Shoreline community through the Education Enhancement Reserve, JPA. That is something that we've stated repeatedly and we've stated publicly, and in fact is in writing now in the form of a short-term agreement that I shared with Dr. Westover and her counterpart at the high school district at the end of last week. So I want to reassure you there is no reason for you to fear that there isn't at least the minimum payment of $5.3 million that the district currently receives. In addition, we've put on the table an adjustment payment equal to the increase in property tax growth, assuming it does increase, with no downside risk. And in addition to that, a one-time additional payment on top of the adjustment. So I hope that can provide some reassurance here publicly and also in writing in the letter that City Manager McCarthy sent to the district earlier today. In addition to this short-term agreement with that minimum payment that should resolve the fear of a need for a budget cut in your coming budget year, we are committed to working on a long-term agreement That, as I said, not only continues but increases the payment from the Shoreline community to both districts, and does that over time in balance with meeting the other obligations of the Shoreline community as it moves through the development phase, which has not completed, even despite the fact that there are no longer pig farms or landfills. The housing envisioned in the 1969 Act has not yet been accomplished. And as that gets accomplished over the many years of the master plan, we see tremendous potential for growth in assessed value that will bring great value to all the taxing entities and to Mountain View Lisman through an increased payment of the EER-JPA. And that would be in the context of really updating what the plan is for the use of tax increment that doesn't currently contemplate schools. And so we do plan to update the Shoreline area plan, and within the context of our agreement, be able to see over time, not immediately and not fully, but over time, significant increase to the payment that the district receives. So that was the reassurance that I wanted to provide, and I appreciate the time to speak with you.
Thank you very much. Any other member of the public at the meeting wish to speak? Okay, I'll take the remote speakers first. Ms. Pewitt, you start off.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Oh,
Hello?
yes, go ahead, please.
Oh, great. You can hear me, right?
I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you so much. One of the initial requests from Dr. Rudolph of the board included how should we engage the public about the issues surrounding this topic, which is actually a very incredibly complicated topic when you unpack it. And I would love to offer that, you know, both of my children were born here in California, but I was not. California is very weird, although I love it, to people like me, and I'm a US citizen. Many of the people who I've become the closest friends with since I've lived here for the last 10 years are not US citizens, or were not initially when I met them. And so I would love for our city and our school district, both as public service entities, to consider the fact that a number of the people who are the most interested in what's happening here and the most capable of being like constructive partners for the public services are like not native to California, or maybe even not to the United States, but they're very interested in collaborating and partnering with our public servants. And although I love all of the California and Mountain View natives that I've met since I've lived here, I've also met plenty of people, including my husband's great aunt, who, when we told her we lived in Mountain View and she lives about a mile and a half away from us in Los Altos, and asked us how we liked living in Mountain View, and we said we love it. She said, I've never heard anybody say that about Mountain View before. Like, population decline is not going to happen in Mountain View in the next 10 to 15 years. Decline is not going to happen here. We need to acknowledge the reality that growth is happening. There are 8 billion people on the planet. That is not going to change, especially among the families who are desperate and looking for opportunities. The long history of neighborhood segregation in our city is not unusual. We can change it. And this is an opportunity to improve the access to public services for people who live, yes, in a liquefaction zone, potentially, or if we plan appropriately, they could live and their children go to school in appropriately planned facilities. So my point is that I hope we can all work together to plan effectively for the inevitable population growth in our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pewitt. Next is former Mayor Renee Bryant.
Yes, thank you. Took me
Okay.
some time to unmute
We can hear you.
myself.
Thank you.
Thank you. I wrote you a letter, an email urging you to remember that the school district and the city of Mountain View, it's basically one community. Your students are our children, and their parents are our residents, and their neighbors are the people who vote to tax themselves to pay for the school. So we're all one community. We should all be working together. I was very encouraged to hearing the superintendent talking about conversations taking place, and that's great. And I urge you to work with the city to figure out how to resolve the various challenges of the future, but also to continue the current relationships that are ongoing, like the joint use agreement for the fields. It's worked really well for quite a few years. Continue it and build procedures to work with the city continuously on the challenges. Having the fields open to the public because the state says so has a slightly different flavor from saying we have an agreement with the city and we're working together because we all care for the same community. I think that's a much pleasanter thing to be able to tell our community we are together in this, not the state is forcing us. So thank you for your continued work on this.
Thank you, Ms. Bryant. Next, we have City Manager Kimber McCarthy.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Board members, you can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to talk to you all this evening. I am Kimber McCarthy, the City Manager for the City of Mountain View. And as has been mentioned, today I did provide a 9-page letter to the district, which highlights many of the city's interests in continued collaboration on the many issues that have been discussed already tonight. I'm not going to go into detail about every aspect, but I do want to highlight some important points, some that have already been mentioned this evening and others that I would like to raise. So the first thing is that I want to recognize that the city understands that creation of housing does impact the district. And we, the city, see ourselves as a valuable partner to the district in creating solutions, working together to really think about how we're going to tackle these challenges and expand school capacity. The city stands ready to assist the district in its efforts to expand school capacity, which, as you've heard this evening, already includes providing a 4-acre site in North Bayshore to the district, and also through increased Shoreline Community Fund payments that are made possible by us updating the Shoreline Area Plan. So as you heard our Assistant City Manager say, we are committed to transitioning to what is a new steady state in the shoreline community. So this would be where funds would be more narrowly scoped to support all of our legal obligations. So things like you've already heard, the landfill mitigation, parks, the wetlands, sea level rise, with the rest of that revenue paid out to all the taxing entities, which include the district. So we believe this approach will address the concerns and the impact of new development on schools and will certainly support increased school capacity. And just this past Tuesday, a couple days ago, the City Council advanced this project as part of its upcoming strategic work plan. So that is set to be approved in June. Then I want to pivot to the Shoreline, the JPA agreement that our Assistant City Manager touched on. So as has been mentioned, our staff have been negotiating this since 2019. Many hours working together, collaborating to share information, to negotiate a new agreement. The city is committed to finding a balance between all of our interests. We also want to continue the agreement long-term and increase the amount of current payments that will go to the districts. The recent extension that's being negotiated right now is because we want to work through the details of a long-term forecast and then figure out the transition to these increased payments for the taxing entities. So as you all have heard already this evening, there's no need to remove shoreline funds from your budget next fiscal year. The city has provided certainty to the district that we are committing $5.3 million in funding plus an adjusted payment based on the growth of property tax revenue, plus an additional one-time payment. So everything's on the table. And from what I know, our staff are close to finalizing the agreement, and we believe that we can bring it to you all, to the board and to my city council within the next month. Also, I want to highlight the longstanding collaboration over 60 years between the city and the district about the joint use open space for our playgrounds and sports fields. This has also been negotiated by our staff since 2019. It's been sidelined a bit because of COVID, but certainly it's been back in full force over this last year. And much like the prior agreement, it's my understanding that the main issues have been resolved, and there's only a few outstanding issues that remain to be resolved. So I think, you know, one of the biggest things for the city is that if the district were to end the joint use of open space and fields, it would have a detrimental impact on the community. And we understand that the district is prepared to take over the fields so that there may not be any change, but we believe that it is in the community's best interest that the city and the district work together on this, and that the city is able to do what we do best, which is maintain parks, build parks, and commit our professional staff to making sure that these amenities are wonderful for the community. The other thing that complicates matters further is that the city owns some land that the district uses at various sites. So just for example, our middle school gyms have property rights that are split 50-50. Our underground reservoir is at Graham Middle School. And so we really want to continue to collaborate on this. There is no urgency to end the joint use agreement now. The sky is not falling. This North Bay Shore Precise Plan has a 30-year horizon, and we want to continue discussing solutions for all these challenges. So that would include the 4-acre school site and increased shoreline community payments. So I know that we may have areas of disagreement, but I fully believe that we have many more shared goals with the district, and we can continue to work together as we have over the last 60 years. There's so many things that we work hand in hand with the district on. Just to name a few, our Safe Routes to School program, our crossing guards, the Beyond the Bell program, the Beat After School program, our school resource officers, and has already been mentioned, the 777 Middlefield Housing Development Project. And I think we can all acknowledge and be very proud of this groundbreaking partnership that's going to help teachers and city staff. So that's just a phenomenal example of what we can accomplish together. So I just want to close by saying that this is also personal to me. This commitment to continued collaboration is not only because I'm the city manager, but also because I am a Mountain View resident and I am a parent of a student who attends elementary school in the district. I believe the school district is very important. I believe this is an excellent school district. I'm proud to send my child to this district. You are integral to our community. You provide excellent education to our children. I want to continue to make sure the future of our community is stable and that the city and the district are working together on all these challenges. And we have to balance all the needs of our community. That includes supporting you all, the other school districts, supporting our schools, maintaining existing parks and building new parks, and also creating new housing. They are not mutually exclusive. So I want to just thank you for the opportunity to address you all this evening and reiterate the city's continued desire for collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager McCarthy. Next, and I apologize if I get your title wrong, is City Works Manager Dawn Cameron. Ms. Cameron?
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Thank you so much. Yes, good evening. I'm Dawn Cameron, Public Works Director for the City of Mountain View. So I'm responding to the board member's question about the sewage treatment plant in the Google Master Plan. The proposed sewage plant next to the school site was planned by Google to support a private utility for recycled water to serve their master plan area. However, the city has a recycled water system in North Bayshore, which we are expanding, and is available for use in the master plan area. The city's recycled water is produced at the Palo Alto Water Treatment Plant, nowhere near the North Bayshore area. We are working with Google now to have them remove their plans to produce their own recycled water, which will then remove the need for the sewage treatment plant adjacent to the school site. So thank you for the opportunity to respond to the board member's question.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cameron. Do I have anyone else who wishes to speak? Okay, not seeing anyone, I'll bring it back to the board for discussion and comments. Trustee Chang.
Thank you. The first thing I wanted to bring to our colleagues' awareness on the board is that just stating the fact that not everyone wants housing, whether on the city council or even on the school board, and kind of just putting that fact out there is important because the questions that we're trying to solve right now about how do we pre-fund these future school growth, most scenarios at this moment, at least what's presented from the city to us, is will scuttle the North Bayshore housing plan, right? So they're to plan for the infrastructure that they need to make housing exist in North Bayshore. They are banking on the funds that are also part of the school's funds in that North Bayshore community district. So I just think that, this is a complicated issue when perhaps some people actually want to see North Bayshore not happen. And I'm not saying that's not my position, but I recognize that that makes this a complicated question. I also, Superintendent Rudolph, when you mentioned the thing about modular construction of Vargas, it made me think about, for some of us who are on the school board with Superintendent Goldman, and when he would tell us that absolutely never should we go modular. And I always think about that conversation when the superintendent said that back then, because it reminds me that that when Superintendent Goldman emphatically said we can't go modular, and now we've gone modular on more than one school site, is that what seems like an absolute is still a policy decision with trade-offs. And what I mean by that is, I think right now we have a policy decision and not an absolute. And the policy decision we have right now is, do we absolutely necessarily have to pre-fund and pre-build and pre-plan for future growth? Or do we stretch our resources and make the big acquisitions when those residents are here, when those residents are voters, and those residents can support a bond to, so there is, I've in my 19th year in education, I've worked for many school districts where when you get this overcrowding period where you do get portables on campus, and that creates the urgency, and then you go for a bond, and then you release that urgency, right? It's much harder to tell the community to support abstract residents that may or may not come in the numbers we think, versus when they're here and we're overcrowded and let's go out and let's build our schools, right? I recognize that pre-funding is cheaper, but pre-funding politically may not even be possible. And pre-funding may actually even just prevent those housing from happening in the first place. I was thinking about I was looking at what Sunnyvale was doing, because at Sunnyvale, they have a Moffitt project that's projecting a big, it's interesting. They're just like us, the pandemic has dropped enrollment in Sunnyvale, and just like our enrollment's dropped in the pandemic. But we have all these big housing projects coming online in Mountain View, and Sunnyvale has a smaller version of theirs. And what they did is in their bond, and they have a bond right now, kind of the same process that we do. And their strategy is, just like us, they're not using the bond to pre-build for all the projected growth in their Moffitt project. But what they're doing is they're going to try to stretch things as far as they can with their existing bond, stretching capacity, stretching their ability as a school district to kind of make things last a little longer and kind of see what happens. And, I really do think that whether housing happens in North Bayshore right now is still really a speculation, right? The North Bayshore Precise Plan is literally just a technical document. There's no permits in process. In fact, one reason why the state perhaps won't even count the North Bay Shore as housing in part of their requirements for us, is because does it happen or not is not, we don't know. So when they ask this question about what should we be asking the community, like, I don't really know if the community really is really thinking so much about, this projected growth that may or may not happen. What I would love the community to know more about is the fact that whether growth happens or not, it is a reality at this moment that $13 million in North Bay Shore and the Shoreline Community District is funding that would otherwise flow to the school district. And I appreciate the collaboration with the city, but it always seems that the city speaks as if this is money that belongs to them. This is money that in all other cities, communities would be normal funding of a school district and belong to a school district. So while I appreciate the $5 million we're getting in our current agreement with the city, I also recognize that the whole 13 million is ethically and morally part of the funds for the children of Mountain View. And that I think the residents of Mountain View have every right to know that that's real money right now. And that doesn't mean that there isn't funds for other projects. 13 million doesn't mean that it's taking the whole shoreline funding. It's just taking what was the school's portion. There's still the city's portion. And I think where I'm going with this is I think there's a political compromise that really requires us elected officials who voters hold us responsible to get involved. So I think that in the end, this is a political decision, and I would welcome a joint meeting between the school district and the school board and the city council, because I think the political decision will involve trade-offs that might be different from the trade-offs that staff is willing to make. So residents might be willing to see different trade-offs than what people who work for the city or the school. And what I mean by one of the trade-offs is perhaps the trade-off is, and again, I'm not advocating for the dissolving of the shoreline district, but perhaps a discussion for both the city and the school to have is looking at what is a long sunset. What is a long sunset that could provide enough length to fund the necessary things in North Bay Shore, long enough not to kill the North Bay Shore housing project, but indeed a sunset, because that money in the end indeed belongs to the children of Mountain View. With that, thank you.
See any other hands raised?
I certainly have things I'd like to say, but by all means,
so
go ahead.
Yeah, so I'll one thing I think that gates the school district's options, very much, and it really, in my mind, needs to be sort of thought about deeply and figured out. It's one of the first things is really the money. Is where does funding come from, and how do we get it? How do we make the political argument? And that doesn't just involve the school district; it involves the city just as much, because we have all these needs for the community, and we're pulling in different directions in some cases, but we need to sort of together make the priorities and make the trade-offs, and not do that independently. And part of that is for us to understand the city's needs better, and for the city to understand our needs better and what our options are. The city has various funding options that are available. Part of it is because they have they get the funds mainly from the North Shoreline District. We have other options, and we all have our own constraints. And to know what's possible and how to best work it out and what time frame to work these things out it would really help us to understand that. I think what I also like to see is to avoid avoid sort of a constant, I don't know, what's the right word? Sort of a constant discussion about what the growth actually is. What are the numbers? What, you know, when are we going to need schools? You know, how many people are going to be there? How many kids? And I guess what I'm sort of referencing is the time I was on the school board before, on 2012 to 2016, we were talking about the growth in Mountain View and the need for another school in Vargas. And, you know, it was just, we went on months, maybe years, with a battle of the you know, demographic experts in it. And, you know, yeah, I'm a scientist by training. You can make numbers mean whatever you want them to mean, and there's no absolutes. So I'd like us to sort of come to some sort of mutual understanding and agreement, and may not be perfect, but just so we're on the same page and talking together, and we're not continuously revisiting that argument. And to some extent, maybe we have some of that data within the school district already. We know some of the new housing developments. We know how many kids are there. I recently read several articles about what happened in the Mission Bay district, where they're building a high-tech center, then they come along and build residences. They don't plan for a school because they don't need one. It's all single family, single unit apartments. You know, whatever kids were there could walk 30 minutes to school, and lo and behold, then 6 years later, they are building a school on a 2-acre site, and it's already filled to capacity. So a lot of the assumptions, I think there's places we can look to get more accurate, you know, demographics. But whatever we do, it's important that we all are on the same page. So we stop that discussion and get on to more important things. Your question about stakeholders, I think this is yeah, the community. I don't know how deeply people want to get involved in this, and I sort of agree with Trustee Chang. These are, you know, very complex issues and require a whole lot of time to you know, to even scratch the surface to start feeling comfortable. So, you know, I think there are important people that, you know, need to be involved and communicated with, but you know, I can't answer that right now. Trustee Blakely.
Thank you. I do think it is very complex, but I was one of the Shoreline 6 way back when, 2009, I believe. City manager was Kevin Duggan at that time. It was quite some time ago. And we did, I don't know if any of you came to those city council meetings, but we had well over 100 people coming. And we were able to educate them about the complexity. It's complex, but when people realize like this really affects my kids, I think, you know, it's possible. I'm hoping we don't have to go there. I agree with you. I don't want to make it so contentious. But contrary to what Trustee Chang says about, well, let's just wait until we get really crowded and then figure it out. I think we need to plan. Yes, there will be a period where it gets more crowded, but it takes, how many years did it take us to build Vargas? 4 years, 3? And then PG&E at the last minute. I mean, there's always PG&E, right? We needed to lean on Assemblymember Berman to lean on them to hook up the power so that we could use the second floor and run the elevator. I mean, it always takes longer than one thinks. And I feel like the responsible thing to do now is to plan. We know these kids are coming. We need to plan. We're not going to put all the new schools on, you know, online the same minute. There will be some periods of ebb and flow, but I feel like we have a fiduciary duty to the kids that live here and will live here, and the kids that aren't born yet, but that will be coming along in 5 years, 10 years, to plan for schools for them. And, you know, it'll be staggered in terms of when things come online. But I also think given the fact that land is $20 million an acre in Mountain View, the only really realistic solution that we will have in terms of where to locate sites will be to use some of our existing sites that are currently leased. Wisman, that's perfect. The trail goes right by it. Kids could ride their bikes from North Bay Shore to Wisman, the Wisman site, and that's a larger site. You know, Cooper, maybe we can move. The German school is also the Slater, the half of Slater. We might need to redevelop that either as a separate school or re-envision, you know, what we've got now with Vargas and Slater. But I feel like we're going to need to use those sites. And therefore, we also need money to do that. And if we have to kick out the current tenants so that we can use the sites, that's a loss of income. And so, you know, again, I think we've all been saying dollars and cents are the issue. I am grateful to the city and the fact that we have had a JPA in place since, I believe it was 2009, and then the next one was like 2012. There was a 3-year one, and then the current one that is sunsetting in June. I also feel like it's time we should get our full increment or very close to it. I know City Manager McCarthy mentioned the steady state phase, as did Assistant City Manager, who also spoke this evening. And I understand that, but I feel like the steady, that's really more for the shoreline community to figure out the steady state phase. You know, take out the school district's money from that while you figure that out. I feel like we need this money, and also the money in terms of planning it. Dr. Rudolph has mentioned to us, if we start getting a larger tax stream now, then we can use that to get a certificate of participation so that we can start kind of saving it, so we'll be able to get the financing at the time when we need it. And so it's not like $13 million in 1 year isn't going to do anything, but when you add next year it's 26 million, and the next year it's 39 million, and it's going to go up because the basis of the properties are going up with the new Google building in particular that's coming online, and the new like Sobrato, as that development gets completed, the value will go up. As far as, so I just really feel like we need that. We need to plan over the long term, but we need to be able to count on that. And as far as stakeholders, the kind of elephant in the room is like, who's missing in this conversation? Hello, Google, Alphabet. They are, you know, the ones that are, you know, seeking the development agreements, and this whole, the whole precise plan is, you know, based around that. They need to be part of the conversation. I know they meet with you city council members, you know, every 5 minutes. They don't meet with us. They don't give us the time of day. And they earned $60 billion of income last year. Yes, that was down from $76 billion of income the year before. But, and then I've been trying to look at their forecasts. They're forecasting now, they're like, oh, we're laying people off. Well, yeah, because they kind of overstaffed up, but it looks like there's some tax things changing and all. They're expected to generate, you know, they're expected to have a good year this coming year. And so I feel like we really need to have Google be part of the problem. If the council says, we need you to do this, they're much more likely to listen to you than they do to us. And so I'm really hopeful. I'm sorry if I'm sounding confrontational. I don't mean to do that, but I feel like we need to work together and we need to involve Google. And, you know, yes, there's sea level rise, but when that first study was done, the first shoreline JPA was a 3-year one to allow the city to evaluate, or the, you know, the district to evaluate what the needs were. And the 3 big ones were the methane gas abatement, which it sounds like that is modified a little bit over time, but sea level rise and just general infrastructure. And at the time they said sea level rise is a regional problem. So I know there've been newer studies, and the city or the shoreline community has done some good things to, you know, help mitigate some of the potential damage. But I feel like that is also a very regional issue. We need to look to Palo Alto. We need to look to Alviso. We need to look to Sunnyvale. We need to look to Milpitas. We need to look to the state, you know, the state of California. We need to look to the federal government. You know, we can't dike off our whole city. So, you know, yes, it's important, but it's not the only thing. And we shouldn't be expected to pay for all of that on our own, especially because we can't control, you know, you mentioned the coastal flooding. We can't control that. And we've got these other partners that are adjacent to us that are also part of that. So I guess I would just really say that we need to involve Google. I mean, I'm glad we're having these meetings. I'm glad that representatives of the city are here this evening. I'm optimistic that we can find a solution that will work for everybody. It's not going to be easy, and there may be some new things that are going to crop up that none of us have thought of. But I think we need to creatively think about it, and I also think we need to involve Google.
Thank you, Trustee Blakely. Trustee Berman.
Thank you. Trustee Blakely just said my word, which was optimism. I feel like, after hearing from our city, thank you for staff and council that has shown up to present to us. I deeply appreciate you giving your input, sharing your perspective. I think it is a Rubik's Cube, like our mayor said. This is a Rubik's Cube, and it's essential that we work together to solve the issues that have been presented. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph, and for the staff for putting this together. I think it's really comprehensive about all of the challenges that we're facing. And it's not something that we alone should be doing. I don't want our district to come from a place that's reacting to things. I'd like to see us really working together alongside our city so that we can put our students first. I think that, our students, yes, there are students, but they are everyone's constituents, and they are the ones that can't show up and advocate for themselves, right? They can't show up to city council meetings. They can't show up here to our school board meetings. Often these are the parents that are at home and busy, maybe watching this on YouTube, maybe, right? So maybe we don't quite have like the activation that we might have on some city council issues, but we are the voice for them, so we need to advocate for them. So everything that has been, many things that have been shared have really resonate with me. I'm just going to highlight a couple just to sort of show where I stand. I agree with the full tax revenue. I think this is something that our students deserve. We were just expressing how we are basically getting a mandate to serve 4-year-olds in our public schools with very little to no funding as far as we know, right? So that's one element or one challenge that we're having to face. So the children in Mountain View really deserve the best that we can give them, and I think that property tax value will be incredibly beneficial as we plan for our incoming 4-year-olds that are coming in for TK and for our future students. I think it's really critical. But I am really optimistic. I feel like I'm hearing that we can work collaboratively. I think that we do have a lot of empathy building to do, or like understanding what the barriers are on either side. And I think if we can find mechanisms where we can have these conversations together so that the needs and the barriers and the challenges are really clear, I think that would be extremely helpful. And also, I think coming up with, sometimes we're on different timelines of when we need things done. So, coming up with a mutual understanding of, it can't always be on one person's timeline and not the other person's timeline. So I think sort of aligning what our goal is, aligning what our vision is, and by when it should get done. And I think having that information shared with both city and city council and with the school board, so we all have the same information, I think would be incredibly helpful. In terms of, the public, what to share with the public, I think that's true. I was really stuck here. And I think that what I'm hearing is true. Like maybe, I don't know that we're really quite there yet. I'm hopeful that, this is something that we can work together on to resolve. So again, I'm just going to reiterate that I am optimistic, and I look forward to working with the city and with council on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Conley.
Thank you, Trustee Lambert. So this is my first board meeting back after 2 months of maternity leave. It is quite an exciting night to rejoin the board. I would like to thank the city council members and city staff who joined us tonight. It is rare to see you in our meetings, and we really appreciate your time. Your meetings are significantly longer than ours, so I know you already put in many, many, many hours outside of the regular workday, and we appreciate you taking some additional hours to come and listen to the concerns that we have as a school district. You know, what resonates with me tonight is that the climate and the housing crisis are already here, and they're already directly impacting our students. We have a significant number of students who are homeless. And at Castro Elementary School, it's at least 20% of the student population. So we know we need more housing in our community, and we know that that is tied directly to the lives of our children and their outcomes as they grow. We also know that those homeless students are being left behind in school. They are suffering disproportionately academically. So housing is an imperative for our district, just as it's an imperative for every level of government across the state of California right now. And we just passed a resolution on climate change and green schoolyards, recognizing our role as a district in mitigating climate change, in educating our students about the climate crisis and its impacts, and also empowering them and encouraging them to be stewards of our future. So that means, again, supporting housing so that we don't have urban sprawl that's spreading out into unpopulated areas, or spreading out into the urban forest interface where we have wildfires, for example. Things are just going to get more precarious in the future. But Mountain View is an incredible place to live. We have a lot of things going for us as a city. We have a lot of things going for us as a school district. So when I think about reaching out to our stakeholders, I'm including in our stakeholders our children and families, but also the city government itself and our peers on the city council, the developers and the different organizations in our community who are trying to actually provide that housing. And when I think about the city and developers, they are running numbers right now. They are making predictions about housing that's required by the state and the feasibility of that housing, the cost of that housing. Every developer can talk to you about the costs that they anticipate incurring over the next 30 years for a 30-year development period. So of course, the school district is doing the same thing. It is not at all unusual that we would also be working with demographers and also be looking at our budget and figuring out how to plan things just like developers, just like city government. It is our fiduciary responsibility that we have to do this work, because, you know, I'm only on the school board. This is my second term, but I have 4 years. After the 4 years I've already served, I have 4 more years unless something dire happens. And then I have to entrust the fate of this district to the hands of the next elected officials and school staff who come along. But I'm not going to give them an empty bag, right? That's not our job. And making those hard decisions for the future is not always politically comfortable. And it's certainly not easy or uncomplicated. That being said, I think that we have many of the same incentives as well, which means working together as a city, working with our developer community, working on behalf of our students as a school district, that we can solve these issues. I listened to the JPA meeting from November, and I encourage the public to go and listen to it. It's about an hour long. But one of the things that came up there was that when we talk about this $13 million this year that the school district would otherwise have received, that would have been 13% of our current operating budget, which is about $98 million. The timeline that was discussed in the JPA meeting was 20 years before there's a sunset or 20 years before the school district could receive its full funding from Shoreline. And 20 years is going to be too late for us to be able to fund the staff that we would need for the new schools and to be able to fund the facilities construction and possible land acquisition that we would need. So we're going to have to figure out some financial source to meet all of those needs sooner than 20 years from now. Another thing that I think we share in common, the city is adopting, or the city is excited about working more towards the Safe Routes to Schools program. And they've really stepped up this year to partner in doing that. I participated in one of the walk audits at Castro Elementary School earlier this year. And if we're serious about safe routes to school, we don't house families in North Bayshore and then tell them to get their third grader to Mauna Loma, because there's no safe route to school from North Bayshore to Mauna Loma. So, you know, that ties into also transportation, decreasing the costs, the climate costs of transportation and transit planning. We do need to locate schools where we are locating families, where we are locating housing density. Does that mean, I mean, in an ideal world, we would locate housing density where we have amenities already. But then we run into things like R1 zoning, and changing R1 zoning is hugely unpopular. Like, I don't see that actually happening in the city, but all of the amenities are there, the grocery stores, the empty land that could be a school site. And yet, you know, politically, I don't think that's ever going to happen. In the meantime, we're going to have to find a way to not only acquire land, but also fund construction and fund staff and continue to maintain a high quality of education for the children that we have now. And so I'm committed as a board member to continuing to listen to all of our stakeholders. And I think that continuing to have meetings where we air this is a little bit like lancing a wound. I think this has festered for a while, the concerns around this. And so airing the concerns around this, any concerns around the JUA, actually makes future conversation more productive. And so I think that one of the things we can continue to do is to talk about this in meetings, but also maybe we want to have a town hall or a study session, or as Trustee Chang suggested, some sort of joint meeting to continue to build better understanding. And to be realistic, if we say that we want to take our piece of the pie from the JPA, every other government entity is going to want their piece of the pie. So we do have to keep that in the back of our mind. It's not, I think it's unrealistic to think that the shared shoreline funds could be distributed to school districts, but not to any of the other entities that aren't receiving their share of it. And so I understand that the city is, that puts the city in a very difficult position as well. And I keep that in mind. But thank you for the presentation, and I appreciate the comments of my fellow trustees.
Thank you, Trustee Conley. Trustees have any further comments? Go ahead, Trustee Chang.
Dr. Ruff, on the earlier slide presentation, the last slide asked the board feedback on boundaries. Is that still something that the district's still seeking feedback on that?
So it's one of our next steps. We will bring back the demographer. So the board approved for us to go out and get a contract. We have someone that was recommended both from Greystone West, but also from Jack Schrader's. The previous demographer that we had, Decision Insight, was bought by Power School, and they've been unresponsive. So this demographer is actually excited about the project. Said it's rare that he gets to deal with growth in the state of California. So he's super excited to help the board make determinations about what's really important. So at a subsequent meeting, we will bring him in And the board will be able to discuss what your priorities are. I know that a lot of conversations have went around different topics like, is it possible to reduce the number of students that are concentrated, that are free and reduced lunch at a school like Castro, and sort of disperse it a little bit more because it is our only Title I school at this point. So we sort of queued him up that these are some of the things that you have thought about or sort of discussed. And he'll come back and ask some questions about what are the things you're looking to try to do, what types of ways that you want to do it, sort of what type of triggers are you thinking about. And it is our intent, because I do think that this is sort of the landscape requires for us to use our facilities wisely. And I've never been quiet about this one, that, where I'm from and where I worked, you use the school. If a school can house 700 kids, you house 700 kids and you add additional resources. And I know that there's confusion about whether that was a tacit, yes, it needs to be at this level, or whether or not the intent was to use schools bigger or not. But I think as growth comes in, we're going to have some hard choices, and that the board will be able to create some triggers that will, sort of adjust some wrongs or some things that we may have done previously when the landscape was a little bit differently. And within there, if 100 kids show up and they're zoned for Vargas, it could be possible that the Vargas line then is triggered to move a little bit. And those kids will, some of the kids from the park closest, or the Moffitt, closer to Moffitt, will then migrate back over to Therikoff where they used to go. And so they're putting those triggers, and the same thing like with Therikoff, when 115 units come online, moving kids back across Rangsdorf and addressing, partnering with the city, putting a cross guard over there to get kids across the street, especially because there's a lot of housing. It's an area that I run now. It's a lot of townhomes that are being built over there. So moving kids back, that could be another trigger where you move kids back to Montaloma, where they used to be, because they used to encroach in the current boundaries. So you start thinking of things like that that will help to readjust the boundaries and maximize our school facilities, that will serve as a short-term strategy that we can use until we hit a certain part. And then that next trigger will say, once we get, all the schools on the northern side are, at 80 or 90% capacity, you're then triggering the next set of activities, which are lease cancellations, or building up new schools, or intensifying going upwards, those types of things. That's what we're looking for next. So that will be coming probably around April.
Thank you. I'll just briefly really say that I encourage us to have that boundary discussion sooner than later, because I think that when we talk to community, it's neither practical or realistic that we would put all those families at Montaloma. I mean, the closest school mile-wise to North Bay Shore is actually Therikoff by thin, actually not more than, it's almost, like 2/3 of a mile closer than Montaloma is Therikoff. And that school in our current presentations is under enrollment in projection, right? So, and we have parcels in the wrong parts of town that aren't being used, or parcels are being leased. So I think that when we talk about this, that all of us kind of sharing the pain to get to this higher gain, as I think I was trying to paraphrase what you said, is that we need to work our boundaries, and that's the pain we need to bear. Likewise, I really hope the city, and I hope the city will be working with the school district on the shoreline funds, and because I'll stop there, but look forward to that coming back to us.
Just we're almost out of time here, but one comment too. I think another a real issue we have common ground on. We go to city council meetings, EPC meetings, Park and Rec. Anybody talks about Mountain View. We like our neighborhoods, right? Our schools are sort of centrally located in our neighborhoods, and we think in terms of neighborhoods, things like. And that's something we all talk about wanting to support. So that's a real, you keep our children, keep the schools and this neighborhood community idea is, I think that really pulls us together. A sort of a common theme that I think a lot of people mention in one way or another is is sort of process and learning more and being able to have sort of deeper discussions sort of constantly. I know Dr. Rudolph and City Manager McCarthy, meet regularly. And I think it would be a good idea to have other regular mechanisms where we can sort of share our thoughts and throw out ideas, toss them around, find out what we know, find out what we don't know, so that we can come up with some sort of good solutions and ideas and draw people in. I don't know what form that takes, but I think we need to talk with each other more, let's say, informal conversations, if we can do that without violating any kind of Brown Act or anything. But I would hope we can work out something like that. There's no more comments. We'll close this item. Next item, number 10, board updates. Does anybody have any board updates? Is there a retreat date yet?
No, we're going to reschedule. So I have an email out to Jonathan Pearl, the facilitator.
Thank you very much for coming.
So we'll get you some new dates and we'll send out, once I get the new dates, we'll send out a doodle and we'll start the process over again.
Okay, next item, number 11, future board meeting dates. We have March 16th, couple of weeks. Anybody have any comments? Any member of the public like to speak on this item? And if not, I will close this meeting, Mountain View Wisdom School District at 10.